gets messed up when I go Mac to PC, and then the titles look funny.
Gotcha. Okay.
Which is why I usually use my Mac, but again, like whatever you guys want to do.
Sorry, I'm just finishing up getting this set up over the
Oh, no worries.
Can you just check? Yeah, is it the stream up? Okay, did you see, is it?
Yeah, and I heard you too, it sounds good.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, when
Okay.
you did the check, yeah.
All right, cool. So are you, what are you using? PowerPoint slides?
On a Mac, yeah.
We got one right here for that. Nope. That's USB-C or whatever, HDMI.
Because I definitely have not.
And you are, do you have a advancer?
I do. I think it'll hang in there. Oh, it's in my bag. It's not the best one. As long as the battery holds out. So I might, because I need to plug this in, my battery isn't great, so I might.
You know what, did you email it to yourself?
No, because it's like 130 minutes or something.
Okay.
And it's all photos. But if, I mean, I can do this. Right?
Yeah, oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah. And then I'll just plug it in.
And when are you presenting this?
9:45, so I'm on the panel, but
Okay.
then it's after that. I think I'm the speaker after the panel.
Yeah, I'll take that. Power block. Now, is there anything projecting while you guys were talking?
For the panel, I don't think so, but for
Okay.
me, I have like a 45-minute lecture.
All right, cool. So then I'll.
That's what this is for.
All right.
I don't think anyone, I don't think anyone panels in the slides. It's just like question and answer.
Okay.
The only thing I was interested in is oh shoot, present anything. As long as that comes up.
Yeah, it should be this won't come up. It'll be the actual show.
Yeah, but I'll see this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that I like.
Yeah.
Sometimes I glance down.
Cool. Well, this is warm up. We'll just make sure. It's a bad idea to put all those bins back there.
Oh, yeah.
Jeepers.
They're great.
All right, so this seems to be working. I can use this.
I know you're going to be presenting again.
You mean as opposed to walking around?
Yeah, or however you want.
I mean, I would like to sort of drift, but yesterday they just had a microphone here, so if I have to stay rooted here, that's fine. But yeah, I'll be,
Okay.
the panel will be over there, but then for this, I'll be here.
Okay. This is reading as a HDMI. It won't read as HDMI through this.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe there's
Okay,
another
well,
way to.
we'll just use this. There we
Looks
go.
good to me.
Okay.
All right. Should I leave it up here, or it's fine with
Yeah, so I'll just close the shutter,
Okay.
and then when you're ready, I'll open the shutter and you can start.
Should I do that?
No, I would just leave it ready to
Leave
go.
it ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. And then just leave it open?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that's your first slide.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Now, if you want, you can use a lavalier if you'd like. You want to walk around a little bit?
Do that.
Okay. Let's just check it right now. Can we check it?
Yeah.
put this like on your jacket, sort of like a fist away from your chin.
Okay.
Can you check 1, 2?
Check 1, 2.
Perfect. And I can bring the volume up and
Yeah.
down so you get back there.
Okay.
Okay, awesome.
And then I just put this in the back of my belt or something.
Yeah, and if you, I don't know if you wanna just keep it on, or I can come up and get you set up, when we're done. You just keep it up here. Yep.
Yeah, I like that actually, because I have black slides and bright, yeah.
I'll get washed.
Yeah.
Good
Cool.
call.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, this is the map, this is like the map.
And then
So-
the other ones, do you also need press to talk?
Yeah, yep. Yeah, I'll let them know. So you're gonna be, posted up at 114?
Yeah, but Sarah told me that once like I get everything, like once it's all set up, but like once you go sit down and like everything's chill, I come over here.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so I'll just go and sit there for now until students come.
students, we will thank you for showing up. Good morning, everyone. Can I encourage you all to move maybe closer to the front so it just seems a little bit more close-knit for our panelists? Is that okay?
Move a little farther.
Morning, Ben.
So I always.
Folks, if you wouldn't mind,
Move to
trying
the
to
front.
fill in the front first if we could. You don't have to sit in the very first row, that's
Right.
okay, but.
I'm gonna tell you that right from the beginning. And I'm gonna say it
Right.
to them, like, yeah, this is for the people who.
So this is one where you have your friends, probably their keepers over here.
Yeah. Great, it was like heavy hors d'oeuvres, but like, some of our golden, I should have just invited all of the students in the audience, because. Good. Yeah, because when I talk to first year and second year students, they're like, oh, I'm so excited to go, but.
Non-teaching students at hockey game lessons or in the stream or whatever.
Well, I know some teams are out, and some of our athletes are away,
Yeah.
but, I mean, this is, yeah,
Yeah, it is disappointing.
right.
Has everybody shown up? At the moment,
Uh,
centers?
We still have some of the medical students and residents, but they're gonna come in, yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, part of it is, I mean, with a couple, so maybe about 130 that RSVP, so I think, I don't know how you put in touch with RSVP. So I tell James, anecdotally, these are the people that in a couple of years, we're gonna be writing those.
So we have 6 currently that have early acceptance.
No.
Is that correct?
Well, in each class, so, Meredith, James Piper in that class. And then Ben, Jordan Marks, Carriel, and Laura Shakir in that group, in that cohort, so. That's high.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that seems.
Well,
to be-
Laura got into Mount Sinai,
Right.
which is, that was a hard one to get into, because we don't have articulation agreement with them in there. I mean, she's, like, her GPA's on the low side, that's her life story is.
Right.
You know, fits with their mission statement.
Yeah.
And then Rochester went. I'm not sure. I heard it did. People go to Rochester and buy insurance. Crazy coverage.
Yeah.
We get
A couple
excellent.
of friends that went early insurance in the car, you know, a while ago. But
Morning.
Are you, all panelists?
I'm not, I'm
we're,
the moderator.
well, staff, the faculty and staff.
Okay.
So the moderators are upstairs.
The panelists are upstairs and I'm not
Right.
referring them because
Right.
our students are,
Oh, gotcha.
hopefully.
But there's food upstairs if you want to grab coffee or a bagel or.
I appreciate it, thank you.
Plenty of food.
Exactly.
Yeah. On the second, I might get
Yeah,
some coffee.
yeah, absolutely.
Just out on the floor there?
Yep, exactly, right up the stairs, you'll be
Thank you very much.
Sure thing.
You can think about a dozen donuts and muffins too.
Right.
Health conference?
Yeah. Keep your
Carbs are an
business
important
up.
part of a balanced diet, you
Yeah.
know.
There's a small bowl of fruits. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't, you know, I don't.
You see this at some of the other programs as well.
You know, it's been better this year. Like,
Right,
you and I were talking like with your health advising meetings and things like that. You had a lot of like strong turnout. So honestly, it's prior years, like once we moved to Benton Hall, well, I think the first year in Benton Hall, we saw a little bit of an uptick in student attendance at programs and workshops and things of that nature. You know, we might be lucky if we get 30% students who register. This year we've been seeing about half to 3/4 fairly consistently. So if students are registering for something or coming to it,
Right, but this,
And
like, we sent out stuff.
and for this, with this audience, right, who have that clarity of interests, I was worried that when we sent out that final, well, we talked earlier, right, because do we want to send this final email blast out?
We have-
We have over 100, students RSVP, like, I would love to tell the truth, but I also don't want to be standing remotely. So,
Well, we should have moved it from here
Yeah.
to here. Because Mike thought, you know, I said, can't we move it to a bigger place? I'm like, okay.
and Newman was both talking to students this week who all expressed enthusiasm. I didn't see half of them show up last night.
There were not a whole lot of students at the first I think it was about
Let's try it.
there's not, there are.
Trying to.
Yeah, I have all these advising meetings next week, wait till I get them in my office, like, so did you go to this? Did you sign up? Because you signed up, but you didn't come.
It's not really that. All right, welcome again.
Thank you. How are you guys?
Yeah, that's the other thing, it's really hard. Our students just couldn't be bothered.
No, I just meant like to like provide this as extra credit opportunity for their students or like mandatory to attend one of these sessions.
So like you have to.
The women's, it's like the day of the volleyball on the field.
We're working on it. We're working on it. These things tend to be, if you think of them like recording sessions, they will, these videos are always viewed many times after.
Right, we're gonna get started, and I can say anecdotally, the people that are sitting in this room are probably the people I'm gonna be writing letters for. Get up and come and welcome our guests. We'll be able to go on rounds really early in the morning. So it's my distinct pleasure to welcome back these alumni that now, except for Ellen on the end, I either taught or advised when they were in college. So Dr. Emily Damon, Dr. Jake Kleimahan, Dr. Adam Kurish, Dr. Edna Okoto-Asad, and a surprise guest, Dr. Ellen Larson, who actually is an alum and spent some time here and decided to come back here. So we encourage you, if you go off to medical school, come back to our community. We need you. So I've asked the speakers or the panelists to give you a little bit about themselves, about what they do at Colgate, then their journey, and what they like best about their job, what they find most challenging, and then a piece of advice maybe they wish they had. And you guys can get up and walk, because it's a small group, and feel comfortable coming up here and talking right in front of them, or you can continue to sit. So Emily, who's going to speak in a little while also. Go ahead.
I think I picked the wrong seat, so I gotta go first. So I guess starting out at sort of our time at Colgate, so I had a wonderful experience at Colgate, and when I was here, I remember kind of being solely focused on two things. One was school. I was a molecular biology major, and the other was basketball. And that was, both of them were wonderful experiences. I guess in thinking about how sort of prepping towards medicine in college, in my summers I would try to have experiences that both explored medical specialties or research, as well as then having an experience in basketball. So for instance, after my first year, I actually worked at a number of basketball camps in Michigan and worked at a pulmonology office while I did what was called an exploring medicine program, where you essentially got to shadow different physicians in different departments. And then after my second year, I went to the University of Georgia to work in an exercise physiology lab. There was a study on elite cyclists, and they were comparing gastric emptying time for Gatorade versus Powerade. Powerade funded the study, and it never got published, so I have to think there was either no difference or Gatorade comes out of the stomach faster. And then after my junior year, and all that while I was at Georgia, I played basketball, I worked their camps, and I would get paid for that and then not get paid for the research. And then after my junior year, I went to Penn State, where again I was in an exercise science lab studying female athlete triad, and also again was a basketball camp counselor and got to train with the Penn State women's basketball team. So I think there are always ample opportunities to either return to Colgate for research or seek out experiences in the summer. And I found that in addition to everything that's available at Colgate, that talking about those experiences in medical school interviews was helpful.
Oh, so we're doing.
That whole thing?
Oh, you
Oh,
okay.
yeah, I didn't.
I guess that's a good idea. We'll introduce everybody, then we'll.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm Jay Kleiman. I gotta stand up.
Come around front, Jake.
I will. I can't
Use
just,
your teacher voice.
I can't sit and talk. Jay Kleiman, I graduated in 2007, and I was not your star Colgate student. I got a C+ in cell bio. I still remember these grades. It's amazing how I don't remember the ones I did well in. I got a C+ my first semester of organic chemistry, and then my second semester of organic chemistry. I don't know if Ernie Nolan is still here, but it was after our second test, and I got a 72 out of 154. I still don't know how many there were that many points, and how I didn't get that many of them. But I remember clearly him saying to me, you know, Jake, I've never really been good at predicting who's going to win the Super Bowl or lottery numbers, but if I would predict the highest grade you could get in my class, it's going to be no higher than a D. And I said, well, that's unfortunate. So I withdrew from organic chemistry, and of course I thought my life was over. And I ended up taking organic chemistry over the summer at Pace College in Westchester, where I'm from, and did fine. I also was a Spanish literature major, so wasn't a science major, although I did start out as a biology major and then realized that I wasn't really that particularly good at it, which is scary because I'm a doctor now. And you know, I think the things that really shaped my Colgate experience were my interactions at SOMAC. I was involved in SOMAC for all 4 years I was here. I was a student coordinator for 3 of those 4 years. And it did a couple things for me. One is it taught me how to work with people. It taught me how to interact, to talk to patients when you show up at their house at all hours of the night, and how to interact with people. It also kind of gave me some perspective into what's important in life, and how important our health is, and how to prioritize that. And I was not somebody who did, I don't even know if I even stepped in a science research lab while I was here, and I certainly haven't since. I did no bench research, anything like that. So SOMAC was kind of my way of getting into the health sciences through that way. During the summers, I was an EMT at an amusement park, the Ride Play Lounge in Westchester. That was an experience in itself. And then I went on from Colgate and went to Tulane for medical school, which I'll stop here and talk about that next.
I'm going to play with the fancy toy. So I'm Adam Kurnish, class of 04. My time at Colgate was a wonderful experience. So I decided to major in math, chemistry, and computer science. So this is one of my first times in this building. It's really nice. So my academic career is spotted, I guess. So when I was here at Colgate, I was like a kid in a candy shop. There was just so much stuff to learn. It was my job to learn as much as possible. So I was taking chemistry, math, computer science, biology. I was usually taking 5 classes a semester, just kind of showing up to a 6th one for fun. And then there's all these clubs and classes, and like, you know, learning taijutsu and foreign languages and sports. I just couldn't help myself. So I learned a lot of stuff, but my GPA was not the best. I think I got 2 Ds while I was here, but still did okay on the MCAT and went to St. George's afterwards to medical school. But the stuff I learned here was so helpful. Did really well in medical school with the nice foundation I got here at Colgate and all the natural science classes I took here. I also had Dr. Nolan, and he was going to have to tell me that, you know, I'd probably be okay, but, you know, it's a tough class organic chemistry, as I'm sure some of you know at this point in time. But the fundamentals I learned here were helpful for medical school and well beyond it too. So I would do it all again, just maybe get a slightly higher GPA.
So, I'm Edna. I'm one of the, obviously, panel people as well. I came to Colgate. Actually, I'll go back a little bit more. When I was in high school, I was in a program called Bridge to Medicine. I've always known I wanted to be a doctor. That's never kind of been anything different. I got to be a doctor. It's kind of like everybody else. It's not as so straightforward. But I resources, kind of knowing things was a bit limited. So he came, he showed us the pamphlet. I said, oh, look at those shirts, beautiful canvas. So he came over to April Estate. We drove through, and I was like, oh wow, there are cows in New York State. Because to be honest with you, most people that live in New York City think New York City is New York State. Most people that are outside of New York City forget about it. Everybody thinks it's Manhattan. But anyway, just kind of seeing literally the world outside of the confines of the Bronx and seeing that there are farms and corn and all this stuff was an experience. Smelling the dung where we were pulled from elsewhere was an experience. But anyway, long story short, kind of came in. And here, I kind of found a niche initially in the sense that before we even started, the Office of Undergraduate Studies and SMI at that point, Student Science Math Initiative, was a program that was kind of created for kids like me from the inner cities who didn't really have access and didn't have resources, that were able to come and do some research and learn some things, in some ways a bit ahead of time, just kind of get acclimated to this change, this pace of education and opportunity. And so we came earlier. I remember our second summer after first year, everybody went to their houses or whatever. We came back and did research. We worked with an African great parrot or bird who we were trying to teach how to say cup. So we were trying to understand the differences between cognition and mimicry, basically, in this particular animal. And there was a lady on the internet at that time. She was a sensation. She had this parrot called Alex who could actually talk. And if you asked him questions, he actually understood and answered you back. So we were trying to see if we could replicate that in our particular bird. The poor bird was the bird of one of the professors at that time, Christine. I don't know if she's still here from the biology department. We spent the first month trying to just get him to like us. He lost half his feathers being so just nervous around us. Ultimately, we couldn't really tell if he could understand or not. But the point is that the experience, that research was kind of a building foundation for me in terms of learning about that kind of stuff and establishing a community and a niche, which is something that's really good here in Colgate in terms of the things that you could get and learn from here, being a part of somebody, some group, with whatever differences and similarities that you can find. It's something that's very important that you guys should kind of take advantage of. So I was here, we did that summer program. I think the summers after I did other things. At that point, they had a community kind of shadowing opportunity. There was a pediatrician in Hamilton that I stayed with over some of the days, over the weekends, seeing how his life was and how his regular life was, honestly, as a doctor. So those things are kind of around. If you guys have time, try to take advantage of it because it really does get you exposed to everything. Some of the other things I did here, aside from taking my usual pre-med courses, like everybody, Orgo is a disaster. I remember sitting and just listening and listening and listening. And my first test, I failed completely. It was not great. I think a lot of us have this personality where we think we always get A's and B's and A's and B's. And so for me, it was the first time that I didn't get anything like I thought I would get. Anyway, I went to Julie's office and I said, I am not going to be a doctor. This is not happening. I cannot even pass this class. Anyway, she encouraged me to kind of keep through it. I failed so many tests that I just withdrew. I thought the world was ending like everybody else. But ultimately, kind of talking to resources like Julie, getting her advice, talking to family, mentors, I realized that obviously the path to what you want to do in life is not going to always be very simple. There's going to be kind of pit stops and falls and whatnot. But having the right people around you, utilizing the right people around you can get you back on that path. So I let it go. I withdrew. I actually ultimately aced it. That's what we call it. I got an A- and an A the second time around on Orgo 2. Long story short, just kind of being in Colgate is really good for fundamental things like understanding, reading, thinking critically, right? Analyzing the things that you read and applying it to what you do. I did many all-nighters trying to write papers just to kind of pass classes, and I didn't understand in the time of it how important that was. The sociology papers, the philosophy papers, all these random classes that we took that seemed to just be fun in the moment, but you really do understand and you learn how to be a critical thinker, and that's what doctors really are ultimately, right? Getting history, interpreting those history and applying it to different circumstances and doing something about it. So that's a skill that's really important here that you get from this particular place. Of course, having fun too, like joining whatever club you want to do. We danced. I remember right now coming, I was like, dance hall studio, what is that? I was like, oh yeah, I had Zumba classes there. So it's just kind of balancing those things, right? Not just fun. I'm sorry, not just kind of work, but also some fun stuff, things that you're interested in, clubs, groups, organizations are really good. For me, the organizations, I think I had like 20 of them. It was good for me to also get out of my niche a little bit, get out of my comfort zone a little bit, but also solidify some of my comfort zones. So it was able to help me personally grow here. And I've used that growth kind of for it as well. So you guys kind of take advantage of what you have as well. Ultimately, I went to school at Albert Einstein, medical school there.
So, hi, I'm Ellen Larson. Jake said he was the old guy. I'm officially the old one at the table, so we got that going for us. I was a biochemistry major in one of the first years the biochemistry major existed here. I came to Colgate at a time when the thing that was in the news was that so many rural communities were lacking family doctors, and there was this big movement to try to get people into medicine and into family medicine and moving to rural communities and that sort of thing. And for whatever reason, that spoke to me, and I fell in love with that. And so I came to Colgate wanting to be a rural family doctor, and did in fact find my way to being a rural family doctor. So again, I was a complete and total chem nerd. I actually liked organic chemistry. Oh, there's like 12 rules you have to know. If you know the 12 rules, you can figure everything else out. You can push bonds around and make it happen. You don't have to memorize it all, you just have to know the rules. And you can make it so. But I think a lot of my other connection that happened at Colgate for me was with the community. I had, I guess they're sidekicks now. At the time, they were big brother, big sister. I had a little sister, and I ended up very connected with she and her family and the school. I ended up coaching an Odyssey the Mind team with a group of kids at school. Literally one of the most exhausting things I have ever done in my entire life, including residency and raising children. It was exhausting. I actually worked in the biology department. I worked with the secretary in the biology department and actually became really connected to she and her family. And so I think in some ways part of what Colgate gave me was a connection to a community that I wouldn't have had otherwise, and really brought me some experiences that I wouldn't have had otherwise. I will also say that academically, as a biochemistry major at Colgate, going to medical school, there was, the volume is intense and there is a lot of volume, but there was nothing harder than anything I had already done here. I felt like in medical school I was watching classmates who had gone to other schools who were really struggling with the work, where for me it was sheer volume, but like just like you were saying, that all of the things that you learn here and all of the things that you do here will serve you well in that next phase. The other thing that Colgate really provided me with was, before the shadowing opportunity existed, I went and knocked on the door of a rural family doc. And in my time here, I spent one semester with him. I went down one morning a week. I went and spent with him my spring of my senior year. And in that time, I saw well child visits. He actually threw me in the car. We drove down to the hospital, and he let me deliver a baby. Truly life-changing moment, really. We took care of entire families all the way up to the grandparents. There was a heart attack in the office one day we helped manage, and I was hooked. Like, that was, for me, that experience was, I already thought that that's what I wanted to do. After that, I was hooked, hook, line, and sinker. And I did end up going from here to Penn State College of Medicine, which is a very primary care focused medical school, which isn't always the case. And so many medical schools are not primary care focused. And so I had a great experience there. So I think I'll stop there, since we're working our way through.
What's the next question? The best and parts, best and worst?
Parts of your job and,
Okay.
and then the challenges.
Yeah. After Colgate, I went to the University of Michigan Medical School. I'm from Michigan. Had a great experience there. The in-state tuition was nice, and being close to my family and that support. I really enjoyed my time during medical school. I had sort of a traditional path to medical school in that I always liked science and wanted to be a physician since I was a kid. Once in medical school, probably deviated from what I would now advise. I'm a career advisor at our medical school in New Jersey. I initially applied in internal medicine, so you apply in September of your 4th year. And I went on 10 medicine interviews, and there's something called the match at the end in March, where you essentially rank all the programs you've been to, and they rank you, and you see where there's a match. And I was doing what was called the couples match, which means my application was tied to my husband's, we weren't engaged at the time. So he was applying in emergency medicine, and then I 2 months after I applied in internal medicine, I'd already gone on interviews. I did a required emergency medicine rotation, and I loved it, which was sort of a problem, because if I was going to apply in it, I was now 2 months late. And I don't truly know that you could do this now, apply as late as I did, but I essentially emailed programs, asked them to review my application, and my poor husband, I was kind of sabotaging our couples application, because you both need to get accepted in order to go on to your training program. He was so supportive, and we ultimately did match in both of us in emergency medicine. He was at UNC and I was at Duke. That was intentional. We liked each of the programs separately, and so then what came about that was very wonderful for me was that my whole intention with internal medicine was to become an intensivist or work in an intensive care unit, and there had never been a board certification pathway out of emergency medicine. So typically you would do internal medicine and then do critical care. When I was in my first year of emergency medicine residency, they announced that now if you applied to internal medicine critical care fellowship, you could in fact become board certified in critical care. And so just very serendipitously, I then got to apply, and I ended up doing critical care fellowship at Cooper, which is where I'm at now in South Jersey. And so now I have a split practice. Some weeks I'm an emergency medicine physician, and other weeks I'm an intensive care physician. There's a lot of overlap there. There's a lot of lack of overlap there, actually. And so getting to the question, what are the best and worst parts of my job? I think in general, in both the emergency department and the ICU, you tend to meet people and their families on their worst day. And in the ICU, that almost always is a medical emergency, that they're critically ill. In the emergency department, I work in an inner city urban emergency department that's a tertiary care center, but we very much support our local community in Camden, New Jersey, and there is a large uninsured population there. And so oftentimes we aren't dealing with medical emergencies. The wonderful thing about the emergency department is that we will see anyone for anything regardless of ability to pay. So sometimes that's someone having a different kind of worst day where maybe it's 5 degrees outside and they haven't eaten anything, and so they come into the emergency department for shelter or food. Other times they might be having a psychiatric breakdown. Other times you might have someone who is, was in rehab for heroin use and is now relapsed and received Narcan, and they wake up in your emergency department, realizing they now used again, and sort of dealing with the emotional parts of that. I think the unique opportunity that we have in emergency medicine is sort of meeting people where they are and trying to connect with them in the first moments of meeting them, and even if it's not a medical emergency, sort of supporting them through that. So that truly, I think, is the best part of my job, even though that isn't your sort of typical medical emergency. I think that the challenges of working in the ED and the ICU is that emergencies and critical illness don't just occur during 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. So we work a lot of overnight shifts. I've got 3 kids, and my husband is an emergency physician in the same ER where I work, and so it's pretty much a balancing act, like who's working at midnight tonight, or who's going to take the kids to school. And just this morning they missed choir practice because they were sleeping and didn't answer my phone call. So I think the balance of the shift work sometimes makes sleep a little challenging. But it's also balanced by the fact that in emergency medicine and the ICU, when we're there, we are intense and we are focused and we are doing things very quickly. When I'm not there, I can be very focused on my family. So it's sort of compartmentalizing those two areas. So, and I think the other thing that I love particularly about the ICU is just the physiology that plays out. Really getting to know a patient and their disease process, getting to see them through recovery, to come off a ventilator, to have their breathing tube removed. And in some cases, it goes to end of life, and we support families through that, and I'll talk a lot about that during my talk. So I think there are challenges and best parts of any specialty in medicine, but those are sort of what I like about working in the ER and the ICU.
All right, so I mentioned from Colgate, I went to Tulane, and my course at Tulane also did not start as the academically highest student there. Actually, my first exam was on my birthday. That was really kind. And it was an anatomy exam, and I got a 72 on that exam. That one was out of 100. And I remember again this moment of thinking, one, I don't know how they let me into medical school, and two, what is the cheapest flight I can find home, because I'm not cut out for this. And you know, I did have this thought that, you know, maybe Colgate didn't prepare me for medical school, and what I realized was that Colgate did prepare me, but what I was not prepared for was the change in testing. So at Colgate, even in my science classes, I didn't have a lot of multiple choice tests. And medical school, almost all of my tests were multiple choice. So I went to our advisor center, and I sat down with them for an hour, and they taught me how to take a multiple choice test. And that was really the only thing that I felt like I wasn't as prepared as maybe other students, although the rigor of the work and the difficulty of the work really wasn't any harder than what I learned at Colgate. So fortunately, I did stay in medical school, and I stayed at Tulane for residency in pediatrics, and then I went to Children's Colorado for a fellowship in pediatric cardiology, and then I did a fellowship in pediatric heart transplant and pediatric heart failure and ventricular assist device, or kind of mechanical heart pumps. And I didn't really know where I was going to go from there. I never thought I would go back to New Orleans. I'm from New York, and when I moved down to New Orleans, you know, I was like, what is a gay Jew from New York doing in the Deep South? Like, this just shouldn't happen. And I was actually really scared when I first moved down there. Fortunately, New Orleans is a very different city in the middle of the South. So it's as much as a planner as I am, I was not expecting kind of what happened next. So I was finishing up right with the end of my fellowship in pediatric cardiology, and I got a call from one of my mentors in residency, and he said, you know, Jake, I hear you're going into pediatric heart transplant. Do you want to come back and work for us? And I said, Tom, that's awfully nice, but I haven't even done my fellowship in pediatric heart transplant. He goes, I know, but you know, I know you well. I knew him since medical school and residency, and he goes, I want you to come back and take over to be the director of the pediatric heart transplant at Ochsner, where I work now. And I said, that sounds like a terrible idea. But my husband at the time was working remotely from Denver to New Orleans, and they had 5 pediatric heart transplant cardiologists in Denver. And I kind of mentioned that Ochsner was looking to recruit me back, and they said, well, you know, we'd love to keep you here, but we right now we'd have to kind of continue just paying even after your fellowship, kind of a salary of a fellow for a couple of years until we had enough volume for a position. That really just didn't seem appetizing to me. Fellows don't make very much money, and I had a kid at the time and had another one coming. So I went to Ochsner and interviewed there, and against some people's advice, I took the job and became the youngest director of a pediatric heart transplant program in the country. And when I first got there, the first kid that I transplanted, I walked into the room and introduced myself, and the mom goes, "You gotta be kidding me." And I said, "What?" She goes, "Is this a joke? Like, you look like you're the quarterback of a high school football team." And I said, well, thank you, but I'm not that athletic. The sad part of the story is about 2 months ago, I saw her. I still treat her son, and she said, "You know what, Dr. Jake? You're not as young as you used to look when I first met you." And I said, "Thanks, Gina, that's because of you." I made myself, made my way back to Ochsner, and again, there's this kind of thing out there called the pandemic. I don't know if y'all have heard about it, and that has kind of put another kind of little bit of a change in direction in my career, at least for a little bit. When in April of 2020, we had this really sick girl come in, probably one of the sickest patients I've ever taken care of. She was transported to us from one of our referring hospitals across the lake in New Orleans. That's the one that actually flooded New Orleans during Katrina. And they called me. I wasn't on call, but because they did a quick echocardiogram and her heart function was terrible. And we really had no idea at the time what was going on. And she got to us, we had everybody there, and they said, "You know, Jake, what are we gonna do to treat this girl?" And I said, "I have no idea what we're treating." So I kind of made it up. And what it turned out to be was this is the first case in the United States of what's called multi-system inflammatory system inflammatory syndrome in children, MISC, that is one of the most extreme kind of complications post-COVID. By taking care of her, and this was all over the news, it kind of made me, by no means myself calling me this, but an expert in COVID and manifestations in children. So I then became kind of a consultant for the greater Gulf South for the COVID in children, led our hospitals program to get kids back in school, and evaluate schools and do mitigation measures, and kind of connect in healthcare in a little bit of a different way, more kind of on a public health way than the actual care of my patients. Now, to pivot a little bit, talking about kind of what are my favorite parts of my job and what is my least favorite part. My favorite parts of my job is definitely walking the journey with a family, and I get to do that, and I have the privilege to do that. And people say, Jake, your job must be so heartbreaking. You take care of some of these really sick kids, and some days it is. But even in those times where kids are not doing well and meeting families on the worst day of their lives, it still can be incredible to help these families navigate that situation and be there for the family when things aren't going well. It's super easy to do it when things are going well, but I actually enjoy the trust that patients and families put in me during those really difficult times, and even when things don't turn out well, being able to be there for a family is really special to me. I would say that the least favorite parts of my job is writing notes, and the administrative tasks that come with it. I was actually sitting at the coop yesterday where I used to study as a student here, finishing up my notes from clinic the day before. They brought back some memories. And the other was talked about, touched upon last night by Dr. Wolk and the CEO of Hamilton Hospital is the challenges of healthcare and the stress that is put on not only doctors but more of our nurses and our ambulatory support staff. That I find that a lot of my job these days is trying to figure out how to get my patients in the hospital safely, how to support the nurses there, and helping with kind of a staffing model where taking in patients that we really don't have the personnel to support, but being the only pediatric heart transplant center in Louisiana and now Mississippi, sometimes we don't really have a choice. And that's become really, really difficult. And occasionally I have to send some patients that by all means should stay in Louisiana. We have to send them to Texas or Alabama or other states because although we have beds, we just don't have nurses to staff those beds. And to me, that has become kind of a nightmare. And I'm hoping that young people like you have solutions for it, because right now I don't have any.
No pressure. So my path after Colgate, I had actually, despite my difficulties in organic chemistry, I did research for a couple of summers in it and published a couple of papers and actually got into some PhD programs for organic chemistry. So I was debating doing total synthesis of molecules versus medical school and decided eventually to go to medical school because I was guaranteed to help people in medical school if I did things right, whereas if I did organic chemistry, I might make the next statin, but probably not. So went to medical school at St. George's and did really well there. Colgate prepared me very well for the training down there. Like everybody else has said, medical school, because of all the rigorous education here, seemed pretty easy. And the volume wasn't so bad because I took extra classes, so that made it easy for prep. So the education worked really, really well for the first 2 weeks until Hurricane Ida destroyed the island. And then we took a couple weeks off to figure out what the heck to do, and ended up going basically to NICOM for our classes, but not with NICOM students. And then after the first semester, the island was back. And then did 2 years of clinical education, basically the book learning down there, and then did my rotations in New York for clinicals. I went on his medical center for most of it, but since it was St. George's and international / people from all over the place coming, got to do some rotations in the UK and in California to see how different health systems kind of approach the same problems. And then after that, I matched into internal medicine pediatrics at Vita Medical Center in North Carolina. 900-bed hospital, got a chance to see a whole bunch of cool stuff, except for not a transplant, unfortunately, but maybe that road. And then you never heard of you, but I did basically everything else. I did med peds because, as you probably tell, I like to do a lot of different things. And med peds gives me the opportunity to do primary care in either one or both, do fellowship in medicine, fellowship in peds, or now there's combined ones we do in peds, for example. So because I still want to have some options open, I was pretty sure I wanted to do primary care. Some other people here, I did the program that was focused on primary care, and that's what I ended up doing. So I graduated from residency, worked, and took my boards for both of them, passed both things for the first time. And then I moved up to New Hampshire, where early on in residency I said I want to start my own practice because one thing about health systems is sometimes the people in charge don't really have the same priorities the doctors do. So I took some time in residency to figure out, well, how do you start a practice? How do you run a practice? So obviously I learned everything about that in 4 weeks. And then after I graduated from residency, in addition to working full time to set money aside for the practice, I had to figure out how to talk to insurance companies, where I'm going to rent places, how to get staff, basically all this stuff. In addition to practicing medicine, how do I get to a medical office? That took about a year after residency. So I started my practice in May-ish of 2013. No patient showed up the first day. And then the next day someone showed up, thankfully, and things kind of progressed from there. So I do internal medicine, pediatrics, both inpatient and outpatient. I go to nursing homes, I go to people's houses, and they let me in, which is amazing. And I get a chance to see people across all ages. I take care of 4 generations of the same family sometimes. So I don't have to ask a family history a lot of times because I know them, but I can do that. And I get a chance to see people in all different states. You know, I get to see people on their great days when they graduate from college and their worst days when they end up being helping someone down the hall, down the way here, when they've had problems. So I get a chance to not have to worry about, transition of care as much because I'm there for all of it. If I'm on vacation like right now. I'm trying to kind of grow my practice a bit because I want an environment where people can practice medicine and just focus on the medicine part. So I'm trying to take the responsibility of all the admin stuff, minimizing all the, doing this checklist and that checklist so they can just focus on patient care. So I'm growing the practice a fair bit, so if you guys look for jobs in 10 years, let me know. You have to consider things. And then there's also, since I'm a private practice, a lot of doctors now are paid by hospitals, so they can't ask questions because they may be let go. So it's my job also to be like, okay, CEO of my hospital, why are you doing this? Because if anyone else asks the question, they might not be there next week. We've actually had a few people leave for reasons we cannot be told about along the way because they try and do something that's probably best for patient care. So the best part of my job is being there for families for all sorts of wonderful things, get a chance to get to know them really well, get a chance to hopefully help them live a longer, better life. The hardest part is trying to keep people bigger than me accountable somehow. Trying to fight the good fight that I'm sure a lot of doctors are trying to fight, make sure nursing staff get the respect they deserve, the cleaning staff gets a chance to get time off, like people not being overburdened, and trying to call people a task that their priorities may not be the same as mine. So again, not quite what I had in mind when I started the practice, but the last guy on my neck was that sees patients in the hospital, gets to see people in all environments and understand how these transitions work. Because we have some really smart hospitals, some really smart intensivists, but again, they have to rely on paper charts. And, they take care of their part really well, but sometimes they don't see when they go to rehab, what actually happens in that rehab? What actually happens at home? How do they know they're taking their medications? That's what the primary care doctor hopefully can really shine and help these people do well. So there's a little bit, and thankfully, because of Colgate teaching me how to do all the critical things that the doctor here told you about, I can address all these issues both for the, making sure I'm board certified, giving good medicine, but also making sure the health system, at least for my little area, works as best as possible. So again, good parts and bad parts that you've heard about any branch of medicine, but those are my ups and downs in my practice.
Okay. So after Colgate, because I withdrew from organic, I had to do a post-bac program. So I did a post-bac program at City College. I finished organic chemistry, as I told you guys about. And then I took some random poetry classes because I thought I was going to be a poet. And then through the years, I did 2 years as a post-bac. So first I just had to finish my courses for pre-med to kind of satisfy that so I could take my MCATs. But I also worked initially part-time as a research tech at Einstein. I was in the hematology department, and we were learning about how basically hemoglobin, so there's different types of hemoglobin, A, E, D, and S, sickle cell disease, as some of you guys may know. So anyway, we were learning about how the hemoglobin E specifically behaved in oxidative stress environments. So we worked with transgenic mice, which we kind of mutated to express those hemoglobin types and kind of see what it did, crystal formations that we found and stuff like that. It was interesting. Most of what I did was just pour cutting rats' tails and squeezing blood out of it. But of course, learning about, again, analyzing results and critical thinking and all that stuff was kind of helpful for me. What was helpful to me as well is that the PI that I worked with actually was on the admission committee at Einstein. So I'm sure she had a part in my being accepted there. Of course, aside from my own, intellect and all that. So anyway, I got into Einstein. I did the regular stuff. I found that I loved pediatrics in my second year because of the clinical rotations. That's the ones that I kind of geared towards. The person that I was with was very good and showed me examples of kind of how to be a pediatrician. So kind of that was my solidification of wanting to do pediatrics. So after Einstein, I went to Columbia, New York Presbyterian, where I trained as a pediatric resident, and it was very, very, very challenging. It was great in the sense that as a highly achieved academic institution as it was also very staffed. It was staffed with a lot of very personable people. A lot of my attendings, now I forgot their last names because we all call each other by the first name. So it was that kind of community where I also was able to flourish really well. I learned a lot. We had a lot of sick kids in our PICU and now on the floors. Most kids on our floors were actual criteria for sick, PICU in other hospitals. That's how much kids were sick. But because we were tertiary care at Columbia for New York really, New York City, New York State, a lot of things were transferred to us. I remember many NICU nights having 30 NICU kids. I'm just like, oh my God. A lot of work. A lot of good work, right? Learning how to be comfortable taking care of very sick kids, healthy kids. And so that was very helpful for me. I actually thought about doing cardiology for a while. I did some research in cardiac transplant, actually, in terms of management, the different kind of strategies of managing post-transplant kids. I didn't finish all the research the way I wanted to, but I learned along the way. I did some presentation before graduating. So anyway, after Columbia, I got a job. I worked at a community center in the Upper West Side of Manhattan. We were like in the 90s. So from Manhattan, it's like you go from the lower side and you go higher, you become Upper West. It's kind of a borderline between a bit of an affluent neighborhood and a bit more of like the lower socioeconomical status, let's say, residents. So I had a really good time learning how to balance care of those kinds of populations. I worked with really good people. I was there for about 3.5 years. I had some personal disagreements or issues with the way the management of that particular practice was in terms of the higher ups and not necessarily caring about physicians per se, in my opinion. So anyway, I left there ultimately, and currently since 2018, I've been working at a small private practice in the Bronx on the northwestern aspects of it. Again, kind of a borderline between an area of kind of lower socioeconomical status patients and some from the more Westchester, Yonkers population. And a lot of my patients now actually are primarily Dominican, Spanish speaking. So in my current life, I'm Dominican. I speak Spanish every day, all day. And I get to speak English, and I'm like, oh, great, I get to practice my language. But it's actually very good because it's another kind of, for me, tool under my belt where I'm able to speak very fluently at this point in another language and kind of learn how to balance, listening to a patient in Spanish, interpreting what they're saying, thinking about the medical aspects of what they're saying, kind of coming up with a plan and then communicating back to them what I want to tell them in Spanish and English and both sometimes. So that's kind of a bit challenging for me personally, but it's also something I enjoy doing. I like challenges. So it's been fun. What I would say is the benefit for me of practicing medicine now is just being a physician and being a pediatrician specifically. I love kids, really, really do. 2 days ago, I had a chorus of a choir of crying. And I was like, oh wow, I'm not even bothered by this. With different notes, everybody singing higher and low and just screaming for at least 30 minutes as they were getting shots and vaccines and stuff like that. So I just love kids. And in loving kids, I'm able to kind of balance out the challenges of dealing with a family. Most pediatricians will tell you, even though we take care of kids, we take care of families. The kids can only say so much, so it's mostly about communicating with families, parents, moms, dads, very much so grandparents. In the Dominican population, grandparents, grandma especially, sometimes things your mom. So you have to really understand the community dynamics, family dynamics, social dynamics, and really be able to communicate what you need to for all across before you're actually able to take care of the child. But for me, because I love the children, I kind of take all of what comes with it and just kind of run with it. So that's the fun part of it. The challenges, honestly, right now, I see life as B, C, and AD, before COVID and after COVID. COVID really has changed a lot, and I'm sure everybody knows about this. But in the practice of medicine, especially for my community specifically, there's a lot more evidence of some mistrust in science, some mistrust in medicine, some mistrust in doctors, sadly, for me. So I have to take an extra hurdle to really try to get them to understand science as I see it. Vaccine hesitancy has gone higher than it used to be. I'm still trying to get people to give flu shots, and I do for the most part. So now I do flu, and then I think about COVID. So that has been a challenge for me specifically in terms of getting people to really come back to trust in us, honestly, as providers and as doctors, and not seeing some ultimate benefit, some monetary benefit for us.
So that's been a bit challenging. Some of the challenging has to do with the sheer quantity of patients that I have to see per day. So I am, even though it's a private practice, our community is such that it's kind of like working again in a community center in some ways. A lot of snots and fevers, and they think life is kind of over, and you have to take time to kind of really explain and educate them about things that, in my opinion, are very basic. But because of their fears and because of their worries, you have to take time and explain. So it makes the work a bit harder in that sense, the sheer amount of people that have worries and concerns and will call about questions or whatnot. So that's been a bit challenging. The other challenge has to do with family, in terms of balancing time with my children and at work. When you work long days, sometimes you go home and say, I just want to go to sleep. But you can't, because I have a 3-year-old and a 6-year-old who also depend on me. So you have to kind of really balance out being a mom, being a doctor, being a mom doctor, and a doctor mom. If you see all the differences, eventually you guys will. So that's a bit challenging. But ultimately for me, I still think it's the right path. And if it's something that you really, really want to do in terms of medicine, whatever aspect of it, right? Physician, nursing, ancillary staff, that kind of stuff ultimately comes back to helping parents and patients. So I think for me, I kind of try to balance out the goods and the bads of it, but they do exist. And that's kind of the reality of it as well.
So, like I said, after I left Colgate, I went to Penn State. So one piece I will add to my story is that I actually got married the summer between graduating from Colgate and going to medical school. So I went to medical school married, which was actually probably a really, really good thing for me. As a self-proclaimed workaholic way type A, being married to somebody who was type B actually probably kept me sane through most of medical school and residency, and really forced a balance for me a little bit. And so that was a good thing, not a burden for me. I think for some people it is a challenge to balance that, but for me it really was a good balance. But so, like I said, medical school at Penn State, which was a very primary care focused medical school, and then I went to residency in Williamsport, Pennsylvania, which is a tertiary care hospital that did cardiac surgery, did neurosurgery, did all of those things, but the only residents in that hospital were family medicine residents. Most residency programs are at big, big hospitals, and often as a family medicine resident, you're literally the 7th person in line. Sometimes you're behind the medical students in terms of being able to get your hands in and learn. We refer to them as unopposed programs. So this was an unopposed program. So it was a 300-bed tertiary care hospital, and the only residents in the building were family medicine docs, which really created an incredible opportunity for learning. And through all of the hard pieces of it, residency was actually my favorite part. I love residency. It was crazy hours and it was insanity, but that was my job in the moment, was just to learn all of that stuff. And I was with a great group of people. And as insane and intense as it was, that was actually my favorite part of my training. And the echocardiogram tech knew that if it was 3 o'clock in the morning and she had a cool echo, she would call me. She's like, you gotta come see this. And so, like, it was just a small enough place and there were few enough of us that we really got that super sort of intense learning. It was also a program that was family supportive. So my year of residence, there were 7 residents. 6 were married, and all 6 of us had babies during residency. And so, again, it was a program that I chose because those things were important to me. In addition to the family medicine training and all of that, those other pieces were important for me too. And so that was part of the choice for my path. I lost something. There was something that I was going to say that I lost, but it was also a program where I could really be prepared for rural family medicine. So I was able to do ICU rotations and be able to run ventilators and work as an ICU physician. Certainly not to the caliber of training of a critical care physician, but get that experience, get that knowledge, get that training to be able to function in that regard. I had enough OB experience to be able to deliver babies when I left residency. Actually, one of my colleagues in residency was trained to do C-sections, so he was actually able to do C-sections when he graduated and do, he went on to go to Colorado. I think he was even doing general surgeries like appendectomies and things like that. So it was really a program that let me learn all of that stuff. And so when I graduated from residency in 2001, I came back here. So I came back to Hamilton, and when I started in Hamilton, I'm laughing, what year did you graduate from Colgate? 2004. So the difference that 10 years makes. I graduated from residency saying, I don't want to run a business. I don't want to do, so I graduated in 94. I don't want a business, I'm going to be an employed physician. I don't want to do all that, I just want to do medicine. I don't want to have to deal with all that, I'm going to be an employed physician. Yes, we learned a lot in 10 years. We'll get there. But so I became an employed physician here in Hamilton. I was actually employed by Bassett Healthcare, which is in Cooperstown, which had an office here. But when I started here, I did outpatient family medicine, I did inpatient family medicine, I took call at night, I delivered babies, I did all of it. And that was my dream, like that was my dream. And I did that for about 2 years, and then I had 2 babies, and that got a little bit harder. And the group that I was working with was starting to pull out of the hospital. And so my world shifted to being outpatient medicine only after I was here for less than 5 years, I think. And that world shifted to outpatient medicine only, and we stopped working in the hospital. I stopped delivering babies and doing all those things, and that was okay. But 10 years makes a big difference, and the world shifted, right? Like, what was happening with hospital employed medicine, you've heard a little bit about. I started really having, I had an existential crisis with what I was as a physician. Because what was happening was, and what I finally got down to was my priorities as a physician were no longer aligning with the priorities of my employer. The conversations that were happening in meetings, we would have an hour-long meeting, and not once in that meeting would there be a discussion about patient care. It was about money, and it was about volume, and it was about these, but never once was anybody talking about taking care of patients. And I really found myself at a point where I needed to make a change. I was no longer fulfilled in what I was doing, and it was actually making me sick. And so it took about 5 years for me to get myself to a point where I could make a change, because another big part of that is when you're a rural family doctor, you're leaving patients behind. And when you make a change, you're leaving patients behind in an environment where you know there's not necessarily somebody there to pick them up. And that was a really, really, really hard decision. But at the end of the day, I needed to make it for my own well-being, and I, somewhere along the line, somebody said that hurt healers hurt people, and I was really getting to the point where I was afraid that I was no longer always being the best that I could be. And so, miraculously, an opportunity presented itself at Student Health Services here. And so I was able to, without uprooting everybody and everything, transition from that rural family medicine practice into Student Health Services here in November of 2019, 15 minutes before COVID. Dr. Miller blames me, thank you very much. She's saying I caused it and brought it, no. And there was a little bit of time there in that 15 minutes before COVID where I felt really unmoored. Like, I had this thing that I knew I was really good at. I was good at that, and I knew that. And now I was in this space where I didn't know who I was. And then COVID hit, and in a really weird and sick and twisted way, it turned out to really get me entrenched in where I needed to be, what I needed to be, the people I was working with. Like, it got me established here in a way that I don't think I would have been, because I met people and we dove in and we did really hard work and we did a lot of stuff, and I learned so much. And then in June of this year, I was given the honor of attempting to fill Dr. Miller's shoes by becoming the Director of Student Health Services, which is even more learning and more evolution and more of those things. And so, I've been coming to this for I don't know how many years, and for many years I felt like I was telling the same story, and I was a rural family doc, and that was great, and it was awesome, and I loved it. And now all of a sudden I feel like my trajectory my path has really changed, and in a lot of different ways. And I think that's an important story to hear too. Because sometimes it changes for reasons that you have control of, and sometimes it changes for reasons you don't have control of, but you almost always have control of some piece of it. And so now I'm the Director of Student Health Services. I'm doing a lot of administrative work that comes with a lot of learning. I'm still doing patient care, and in the last year and a half I've taken on a lot of mental health patient care and have learned so much about so many things. And so you know, I think over the years, what I have loved the most about my job has changed. When I was that rural outpatient family doc, what I loved was the family connections. The 4 generations, being able to walk into a room and have 4 generations of people that you had taken care of for years. It was almost 19 years that I did that. And so I literally had took care of the baby of a baby I had delivered. I had gotten that far. Now, it is still about building connections when I can, although I don't have quite that level of continuity of care like I did before. But it's also about learning. Like I'm a learner. Like I just am constantly learning new things and learning to do new things and learning to try new things. Maybe getting a little bit messy when you're learning and growing, because that's not always pretty. And learning that one of the things that I actually really like, and I think one of the reasons I like being a family doctor, is that sort of coaching people on their own path and helping them to learn and grow is something that I actually really do love. In terms of the hard parts, the things that, some of them are of my own creation. I'm not so good at limit setting, and that's something that I need to learn how to be better about, and that creates some of my own problems, some of the things that I dislike, and so something that I'm working on. I think otherwise, I think my biggest frustration in medicine is what several others have expressed, and part of what drove me to make a change, and that is that, unfortunately, I think our healthcare system is very, very, very broken. And there are a lot of people who are being left behind in that, and part of my hope in transitioning the way I have is that it gives me some brain space to start thinking about ways that maybe we can approach it, and ways that we can advocate and hold others accountable for some changes that really do need to be made. So,
Can you hear me? I can just do
yeah.
I can just do my teacher voice, that's easy. So, before I'm gonna open it up for questions and invite people who are sitting out there to come in. But before we open it up for questions, one piece of advice that you would give.
All right, I'll be quick. So my advice would be to be open-minded. I think many of us in medicine or in science, and myself, I'm a pathologic planner. If I could plan every moment of my life going forward, I'd probably be most comfortable doing that. But when I look back, each of the parts of my career that I liked the most were completely unplanned. So switching in the middle of my 4th year to emergency medicine had risk. Being the first emergency medicine class to become board certified in critical care and try to enter that job market with a different training background. And 2 other parts are, I'm an advisor at our medical school, and I love that, and never had planned on doing that, but it's something I really enjoy. And now I've gotten into, and something I'll talk a little bit about it, is ECMO, which is a sort of very invasive heart-lung machine that supports our sickest patients in the hospital. It was something I wasn't really exposed to much in residency, and really as a faculty member have really enjoyed and is challenging. So I think the open-minded piece of advice is to sort of let yourself become passionate about things, even if it's a little scary and it seems like there's risk.
All right, for sake of time, I'll stay sitting down. My piece of advice would be to take care of yourself. All of you, if you have not read it, should read the Book of Joy. This is a book that is a conversation between the Dalai Lama and Desmond Tutu that is kind of narrated by a Jewish author, so it kind of takes 3 different religions, but just talks about finding joy in your life. Medicine is really, really stressful. Life is stressful. And I think it's really important to take care of yourself, exercise regularly, and incorporate meditation into your daily life.
My piece of advice is an echo of that. Make sure to do something outside of medicine. There's always one more patient to see, one more thing to learn, one more student to teach that little nugget so they can do better down the road. But you need to have something outside of medicine to keep yourself going, whether that's exercise, like you suggested, learning a new language, family, playing Frisbee at midnight, whatever. You have to have something outside of medicine to make you a more whole person, to make sure that when you go back to the trenches, so to speak, you have something to drop on as a battery, because the battery can drop on very quickly and dissipate very, especially in residency, when, well, now they limit to 80 hours a week or something, but
It wasn't limited.
yeah. But you need something to drop on as well in order to be able to keep going and do the right thing for yourself and for everyone who's gonna depend on you when you get your degree in whatever field you do in medicine.
My advice for you guys would be to just persevere. We kind of gave you guys a bit of tidbits about how the things that we kind of came across in life and the things that kind of kept us going, the things that kept us going. This field by no means is easy, and honestly nothing in life that's really good should be that easy anyway. But anytime you come to something that seems to be a stumbling block, something that seems to make you want to stop doing what you want to do, pause, take a step back, go around it, go the other way, whichever you have to do, but try to keep your eyes on whatever the ultimate prize is for yourself, and utilize any and everything that you can to keep your eyes on the prize. For sure, along the way, kind of what we're talking about here as well, do other things, try other things, keep yourself healthy, keep yourself safe as much as you can, exercise, meditate, yoga, everything, learn. Don't fail exams too many times, but you might fail some of it. But honestly, ultimately persevere, and you'll get to where you need to get to, okay?
I think in addition to everything else, because I think we could all echo all of those, is whatever you do, do it because it's your passion and what you want to do. Don't do it because your community expects you to. Don't do it because your parents expect it to. Don't do it because when you came to college, that's what you told everybody you were going to do. And now I can't shift because I told everybody I was going to be a doctor, and what if I'm not? You can't. I think particularly medicine, among other professions, can suck your soul because everybody wants to serve, everybody's giving, and we will give our souls away to the point where we have none left. So whatever you choose, make sure that it is also feeding your soul, making sure it's your passion and feeding you. I think that's where I'm at.
All right, thank you. So we're gonna take a couple minutes and answer your questions. Does anybody have any questions?
So there's a lot of combined specialties out there nowadays in learning. So there's medical school, you get general training, and there's internship residency, there's fellowships and sub-fellowships. I think you do some sub-fellowships nowadays. But you can do combined in the beginning to do almost whatever you want. I had a guy in my program who made up I am OB-GYN. He's the only guy in the country that did it. He's now doing reproductive endocrinology somewhere in Love and Life. So again, as far as I know, there's no I am anesthesia one, but there's I am surgery, but you're not too far away from that. So when you're in medical school, you know, you might want to look for a program that combines what you want to combine. If not, don't be afraid to go to somebody and try to make it up, because you can't do that. And then in terms of fellowships, you know, you have different tracks. If you start with one place and you want to shift gears a little bit, fellowship sometimes let you redirect your training where you want to go to. You can't do an actual internship or residency. So those systems.
Just a quick, the way things work usually, right? So you go to college, you're in Colgate, you finish 4 years of education. When you finish, you go to medical school, right? You go to medical school to obtain an MD degree. Once you're done with the MD, once you get the degree to practice medicine, then you choose to do what you want to do afterwards. So residency is just a basic training that you need for pretty much how to be a doctor alone, right? So you do internal medicine, you can do surgery, you can do pediatrics, and then through each of those generalized aspects, you can do subspecialties. So if you talk about pediatric anesthesiology, you've already done, let's say, 3 years of pediatric residency. Now you're doing specifically to anesthetize children. You might do a fellowship of a year or 2 years. If you're doing critical care medicine, you might do that after your general internist as an adult doctor or pediatric, or even as a surgeon, you can do specifically this kind of surgery, whatever, different parts of the body, let's say, right, with fellowship. So where they come in, I think, is where even through those subspecialties, you can also do multiple subspecialties. And like what they're mentioning, sometimes there are programs that are combined to train you in different multi-specialists at the same time. Or you might finish one fellowship and then decide you want to try something else and just do another fellowship, right? And then depending on how you want to balance your time, you might work part-time in the ER and then maybe in the ICU, or you might even work because you have that general medicine background. You might do some primary care shifts and then work in anesthesiology surgery like 3 days a week. So you have a lot of different ways that you can actually utilize an education in medicine.
Any other questions? Come to lunch, because they're gonna be at lunch. Yeah. Go ahead, no, that's.
You went to Tulane, right? I think that's cool because my cousin went there for undergrad. But like, how was the medical school? Because like, it's close to home. I'm from Mississippi, so like, if I could go back, that'd be great.
I had a blast at Tulane Medical School. I had more fun in medical school than probably most parts of my life. So the thing that Tulane does is they have their medical, your first 2 years, their blocks are 6 week blocks. And so the first kind of 2 weeks of the block, you kind of study a little bit, you go out a lot. The next 2 weeks, you kind of go out less, study more, and then kind of the last 2 weeks, you study a lot. And then, I don't know if Tulane still does this, the night after your exams, after every 6 weeks, they would rent out a bar at different parts of the city and throw you a party. It's a wonderful place to go to medical school. I also went there 2 years after Hurricane Katrina, so one of the unique aspects that I got to take part of was help rebuilding a healthcare system and really doing things that medical students in other parts of the United States wouldn't have been able to do, like work in an urgent care center and be stitching up people's faces that had big lacerations by yourself with no supervision. I should not have been doing that, but at the time that was the only, we didn't have anybody, so the medical students were responsible for a lot of it.
Any other questions? Well, I would thank the panelists for coming and taking their time. They will be here at lunch, and I'm happy to sit and talk with you one-on-one. So please stick around for lunch. We have a pretty good lunch. We're going to let our speaker use the restroom. Everybody stand up and stretch. Yeah, it's just if you make a left, and then there's a little. Hey, students, move down in front.
And doing sound productions and all of that. See where it goes? He's joined the rock. It's not going to surprise me if he ends up doing something.
Yeah. You want to use that?
You want to use that?
It's all yours.
Well, you can use one of those. If you're
Welcome everyone to the next session this morning of the whole conference on medical education. I'm Ken Belanger. I'm a professor in the biology department, and I'm also chair of the Mind, Brain, and Behavior Initiative Advisory Committee here at Colgate. The Mind, Brain, and Behavior Initiative, or MBBI, is one of the co-sponsors of the conference, along with Dr. Michael Wolk and the Dr. Michael Wolk Medical Foundation, Heart Foundation. It's my pleasure this morning to introduce our two speakers, Dr. Emily Dameth and Dr. Ruth Fishbach. It's especially exciting to introduce them because in very different ways, both of them are kind of connected or bring in principles of MBBI. You know, they're connected to each other too. There's different types of Colgate connections, right? But they're two people who think interdisciplinarily, who take in information from lots of different directions and use that in ways that help us think about mind, brain, and behaviors, the two of them in very different ways. And I think it'll be fun for you to get a chance to see their perspectives and the way they've used them in their careers and in the way they interact with others in their talks over the next hour or so. So I'd like to introduce Emily first. Emily got her undergraduate degree from Colgate, class of 2004. She was a molecular biology major. While she was an undergraduate, she worked in an amazing research lab. That was mine. Where she actually started, she produced some foundational results on how proteins move in and out of the nucleus and how that affects progression of cells through the cell cycle. And we ended up publishing a paper together with a bunch of other undergraduate students. I have to admit, sheepishly, more than a decade, well more than a decade after she actually did the work. But it's neat to see a story that starts in one place, get added to, and eventually lead to a publication. While Emily was an undergraduate at Colgate, she did more than just molecular biology. She was a TA in the chemistry department, but she also was a member of the women's basketball team. And not only was she a member of the team, she was one of the co-captains. She was a point guard, and she was a co-captain and point guard the year that Colgate women won the Patriot League title and went on to play in the NCAA tournament. I don't know if Emily knows this, but when we watched her play, we always called her the spark plug, and you will see why when she gets up and talks in just a minute. I think she still calls the day that she played in the NCAA tournament the highlight of her life. Greatest day of your life?
Greatest
Yes,
day.
Greatest day of your life.
My husband's okay with that, but it wasn't okay.
Her husband's okay with it, so are her 3 children. They all get it. But after Colgate, Emily went on to get her MD from the University of Michigan. And then she did her residency at Duke University in emergency medicine. We actually had a chance to meet there one time on the basketball court in Cameron Indoor Stadium, which was fun too. She did her fellowship then at Cooper University Hospital in Camden, New Jersey, and she's now assistant professor of medicine and emergency medicine at Cooper University Hospital. Since she's been there, she is not only a practicing physician, she also is deeply involved in training other medical professionals. She's won several awards, including the Diane Barton Caring Award and the Critical Care Teaching Faculty of the Year Award. She's here to talk to us today. She's back to Colgate actually today to tell this very powerful story about her experiences with COVID. The title of her talk is Bearing Witness to Suffering, How the Coronavirus Pandemic is Transforming Critical Care Medicine. Please welcome Emily back to Colgate.
So what he failed to mention were all my failed PCR experiments, and that could have filled the hour. So I actually have changed the title, and maybe this is optimistic, but sort of now in the past tense, hoping that this has transformed the practice. And currently I can say in our ICU, we are not encountering patients severely ill with COVID in any of the scale that we did 2 years ago. But we will get there, because first I want to start out actually by thanking Dr. Wolk for inviting me to be part of your conference. I have come to deeply admire Dr. Wolk's lifelong commitment to medicine and leadership within the specialty of cardiology. So he was the president of the American College of Cardiology, which is pretty incredible. And last month I had the opportunity to return to Colgate for homecoming and see your name etched in the Colgate Athletics Hall of Honor, which was a really cool experience. So very inspiring and a great resource for you guys at Colgate. I also want to thank Dr. Belanger and Dr. Shinatri, both of whom served as my advisors when I was a student here in molecular biology as well as health sciences. And so are there any pre-medical students in the audience, I assume? I highly encourage you to listen to your advisors. They were an enormous support for me when, quite honestly, the path to medicine seemed very uncertain. So thank you for that. And I want to end by thanking Dr. Miller. So as a woman in medicine, I can say that Dr. Miller has really been an inspiration, and she's quite honestly a pioneer for all women in medicine. Incredible what you've accomplished, and yet as students here, I think we can all agree, even 20 years later, you were always so accessible to us. So thank you for that. All right, so now we're going to get into it. So does any student in the audience know what this is? Do you use these anymore? It's a Scantron. So we didn't take tests on computers when I was at Colgate. And the year that I took the MCAT, it was still a paper and pencil test. And it actually is now referred to as the old MCAT. So when I took the MCAT, it was offered twice per year. So once in the fall and once in the spring, which essentially meant, for me, I wanted to get through my college basketball season, so you sort of had one shot to take it and pass it or score high enough to apply to medical school, or else take a year off. And for comparison, I think the current MCAT is offered like 30 times per year. So I want to take a moment to share my personal story with the MCAT because I think it would have helped me to hear it when I was a student at Colgate. So I remember the exact date that I took the MCAT. It was April 20th, 2003. And the reason I remember that is it has nothing to do with my memory and everything to do with the only day it was offered was on my 21st birthday. So I think that was mentioned actually on our panel. So I signed up and took the MCAT on my 21st birthday, and I was really nervous for the exam. I had wanted to be a physician since I was a kid, like my dad, and so I studied a lot, and I was prepared. I had extra pink gummy erasers. These were the best kind to go along with your number 2 pencil. And we took the test in Olin Hall, And in 2003, I had to look this up, but the old MCAT was a shorter test, but you also had less time per question. So you were given 80 seconds per question on average versus the whopping 95 seconds you get now. And while I would like to think of myself as a thorough test taker, another word for it would be slow. So there were 3 sections on the old MCAT: verbal section, physical sciences section, biological sciences section. And I made my way through the verbal section, which was my favorite, and the physical sciences section. And while they were very challenging, they were manageable from a time standpoint. And then I got to the biological sciences section. And for reference, I was a biology major. And suddenly 80 seconds was nowhere near enough time. And I realized at the 5-minute mark that there was no way I was going to be able to finish. And as they called for time, not only had I not answered the last 8 questions, I hadn't even read them. And you weren't penalized for guessing at that time, so I quickly put B for the last 8 questions and handed in my exam. And I just remember coming out of Olin and sort of planning to make my way down to my apartment and sort of looking at this beautiful landscape over Case Library where I had spent endless hours studying, not just for the MCAT, but throughout Colgate. I loved Case Library. I don't remember what floor it was, but I would study where all the stacks of paper journal articles were, where only the librarians went. There was a couple of random desks there. And I just remember this moment of looking out over Case and thinking, I totally blew it. So I came back down the hill to my apartment that I shared with 4 of my women's basketball teammates, and there the rest of the Colgate women's basketball team had assembled to celebrate someone's 21st birthday. The only problem was that I was in tears, and I think one of the many powers of team sports is the ability of teammates to sort of pick each other up. And I can tell you that not a single one of these smiling faces cared at all how many times I put B on the MCAT. And they did drag me out to celebrate that night, and by the end of the night, I'm not sure I cared as much either. So why am I telling you this story? Well, perhaps I've unlocked the secret of the MCAT, and the answers to those last 8 questions were all, in fact, B, because I did, by some sheer stroke of statistical improbability, go on to pass the test that day. But the real reason I'm telling you this story is that after 18 years in medicine, I can say with confidence that you do not have to be perfect to have a career in medicine, or law, or psychology, or health science administration. And I can also tell you that some of the best physicians whom I've ever worked with did not get into medical school on their first try, or their second, and sometimes their third. And so I think that we place undue pressure, and I place myself in this category, on ourselves to be perfect in our pursuits. And for me personally, that internal pressure really peaked in college and medical school. And so if you take nothing else away from this talk, let me be the one to reassure you that you do not have to be perfect. And there is rarely ever really one shot at something that you're passionate about and are working toward. And perhaps never have our imperfections been laid so bare as during the coronavirus pandemic, where really the limitations of biomedical science and public health were on display. And last September, so over a year ago, the number of lives lost in the coronavirus pandemic exceeded that of the 1918 influenza pandemic, the global pandemic that was previously considered to be the most severe in history. So in 1918, we were still 20 years away from the first influenza vaccine. We were 20 years away from the invention of the first modern positive pressure breathing machine or ventilator. And we were 10 years away from Alexander Fleming's accidental discovery of penicillin, a class of antibiotics that is so crucial in treating the secondary bacterial infections that claim the lives of so many patients with severe viral illness. But these statistics and numbers, while staggering, really fail to convey the suffering that a single patient and family endure at the hands of severe COVID-19. And so what I would like to do today is bring you behind the closed doors of the intensive care unit back in the early days of the coronavirus pandemic and really show you how it transformed the practice of intensive care medicine. So in the spring of 2020, as the virus was slowly spreading toward our region like a freight train gaining speed, we had many fears in the ICU. As physicians and nurses on the front line, fear created intense feelings of vulnerability. At the forefront of our initial fears was the technical aspect of care. Would we have the knowledge to battle this novel pathogen and disease? Our faculty and fellows spent hours reading and discussing the early medical literature published from China and Italy and eventually New York. And we were in part fueled by fear. Preparation felt like the only antidote to our fears. In its most severe form, COVID pneumonia creates inflammation in the lungs that causes the air sacs to rapidly fill with fluid. It's a syndrome called ARDS, or acute respiratory distress syndrome. And as dark air-filled lungs turn white with fluid on a chest x-ray, oxygen levels in the bloodstream dangerously drop. But while the pathogen is new, ARDS is not. In fact, ARDS is one of the best studied diseases in all of critical care medicine, so we know that our sickest patients with severe ARDS have a mortality of nearly 50%. We also feared transmission to our colleagues, to our families, and to ourselves. The very nature of critical care and the forms of life support that we provide position aerosolizing procedures at the forefront of our care. Our most common interventions for patients with life-threatening respiratory illness are high flow oxygen, intubation, or inserting a breathing tube, mechanical ventilation, and bronchoscopy, and all were deemed the highest risk for viral transmission. I remember the first time that I personally intubated a patient with COVID pneumonia, a procedure we perform nearly every other day in the ER and the ICU, and my hands were shaking. Looking back, I was even more nervous than the first time I attempted intubation as a medical student years ago. To be blunt, we didn't actually know whether PPE would work and prevent transmission of coronavirus. And even if it did, we feared that we would run out or that we would contaminate ourselves as we put on and took off our masks and goggles and gowns. The fear of infecting our families produced even more anxiety than becoming infected ourselves. As the US eventually led the world in number of infections and deaths due to COVID-19, my home state of New Jersey ranked number 2 in lives lost, only behind the state of New York. And yet, despite the global shortage of personal protective equipment, due to the incredible leadership at Cooper Hospital where I work, we never realized our fear about running out of PPE. And we're lucky. Our hospital administration invested enormous resources and creativity into securing enough protective equipment so that we never had to walk in the room of a patient with COVID-19 without an N95. This was not a luxury shared by our critical care colleagues around the world, and for many of us, fear of running out of PPE still remains strong enough that we couldn't bring ourselves to throw out that brown bag of used N95 masks. We carried all of these fears into our first week's rounding in our COVID intensive care unit. And as we walked down the hallway of the ICU, the glass windows of each patient's room were streaked with handwritten ventilator settings, airway pressures, doses of drug infusions, all to limit the frequency that our ICU teams had to enter the room, risking exposure. And yet, despite the ICU being filled to capacity with patients, it felt eerily vacant. For the first time in my 10-year practice of critical care, there were no visitors, none. No family members sitting in chairs, staring worriedly at the monitors. No one sleeping on the couches in the rooms with a blanket over their heads to quiet the beeping alarms. No family poised over the beds of their loved ones. No one present on rounds to ask questions or advocate for their loved one. And there was really never a formal announcement that I can recall. Just one day we came to work and they were gone. And so it took us far less than 1 week to realize a new fear. And this new fear that COVID-19 created had nothing to do with viral transmission, aerosolizing procedures, personal protective equipment, or even a ventilator. We now fear the isolation of our patients from their families and the reciprocal separation of families from their loved ones under our care. And this new fear drowned out all the others. In the ICU, our care always extends beyond our patient to their family and surrogate decision makers, and this is especially true for a disease where severe lung damage requires the use of deep sedations and muscle paralysis to synchronize a patient's breathing with the machine, inducing a coma that impairs our direct communication. So supporting families through critical illness is as crucial to the practice of intensive care medicine as a ventilator. Prior to the pandemic, intensivists had never been forced to take on the role of denying family members access to the bedside of their loved ones. This is Dr. Dellinger, and Dr. Dellinger is one of the cherished fathers of critical care medicine. He authors the preeminent textbook in critical care, and he is an international expert on sepsis and ARDS, having written hundreds of peer-reviewed journal articles. And to this day, Dr. D, we call him, is the physician whom our faculty call to the bedside when a patient's life is on the line without a clear path forward. At the end of rounds on his first day caring for critically ill patients with COVID-19, Dr. Dellinger recalled standing at the end of the hallway in our ICU and looking back on room after room after room of patients turned in the prone position, signifying the most severe form of ARDS, all from the same disease. He was overwhelmed by the severity of illness and reminded of Civil War hospital tents. And he said on that day that 40 years of critical care did not prepare me for this. There was, as hospital doors closed their visitors around the world, or closed their doors to visitors around the world, there was initially very little published in the medical literature or the lay press on the emotional impact of visitor restriction on patients and families and providers. And we had been searching for the words to articulate how truly devastating this had been. The forced isolation of patients from their families created grief like nothing we had ever witnessed in the ICU. And a New York Times article reported that clinicians and hospital staff said that keeping families away had been among the darkest experiences of their professional lives. I would qualify this to say that keeping families away from their loved ones in the ICU has been the darkest experience of our professional lives. Two pediatric intensivists finally published an editorial that very candidly expressed how visitor restriction made us feel as intensivists. And in their paper entitled "Paved with Good Intentions, Hospital Visitation Restrictions in the Age of COVID-19, they write, and I quote, "We who practice medicine know what it is to fear. You don't go into critical care medicine without having acknowledged fears. We fear our decisions will harm our patients. We fear our patients will die. We have reconciled those fears. We accept death as part of critical care medicine. The antidote to this is providing solace for grieving families, helping them understand their loved one's illness, providing an explanation. Being in the presence of a loved one while ill, and especially at the end of life, is an essential human interaction. Visitor restriction intensifies the grief that families experience, and we are part and parcel to that. This is the new fear that COVID-19 has brought. We now fear standing between a terrified mother and her dying son. For us, one of these moments occurred in the peak of the second surge where we were standing between two grieving sons and their mother. She was 61 years old and had been on a ventilator for COVID pneumonia and ARDS for 19 days. And the number 19 is significant because it's 20 days that establishes convalescence for patients with COVID on a ventilator. And so it's 20 days, not 19 days, that allows the family to visit inside the room at the end of life. Well, on that day, our team was called to her room because she suddenly went into cardiac arrest. And we performed CPR and were able to restart her heart, but she remained very unstable on high doses of pressor medications to sustain her blood pressure. And we stepped away from the room to call her sons and explain to them that her lung damage had progressed, causing her heart to stop. And while we were able to restart it, we were worried that it was going to stop again. We then arranged for a conference call to our visitation committee explaining the urgency of a visit for the end of life for her sons. And unfortunately, this is usually the order of events we had to pursue in the ICU. We would call the family first and have them to start to get ready and travel to the hospital. And then we would call a conference call to ask for permission for the visit. Because if we did it in the other order, we risked our patient dying before their family arrived. In this case, her two sons were granted a visit through the glass. The concept of a visit through the glass was new to us in the second surge for patients with COVID that had not yet achieved convalescence. And this photo portrays such a visit, where inside the room you see two nurses at the bedside supporting a dying patient. But if you look more closely in the upper left-hand corner of the image, you see the reflection of a woman wearing a mask and a gown. This woman is the patient's daughter, and she is also an ICU nurse who has found herself countless times throughout the pandemic on the inside of the glass comforting dying patients, and yet now, as her own father dies, she finds herself on the outside of the glass. We had every intention of limiting our patient's sons to a visit through the glass. While they were en route to the hospital, their mother's heart stopped for a second time. And as they walked down the hallway of the ICU and stopped at the threshold of her door, they saw us through the glass performing CPR. When we saw them walk up, we came out of the room and explained to them that despite the CPR and all the forms of life support that we were providing, we were worried she was going to die. And like many families, this was the first time they had seen her in nearly 3 weeks when they dropped her off at the ER. And they were both crying. And one of her sons said, "Why can't I go in and give my mom a hug?" And he just kept repeating more loudly, "I'm standing right here. Why can't I go in and give my mom a hug?" Every decision that we make in medicine must weigh harms and benefits. And together with our leaders in infection prevention, we did our best to navigate the incredibly difficult decisions surrounding who would be granted a visit at the end of life and who would not. For the group of ICU nurses and physicians who were gathered both inside the room that day to support our patient and outside the room in the hallway to support her family, we saw virtually all harm and no benefit in standing between those two sons and their mom. So we put PPE on them and let them in the room. Balancing the emotional support of critically ill patients and families with containment of the virus through public health measures is an impossible task. Their needs are in direct opposition to each other, and each undermines the other, and we were pulled in both directions in the ICU. But from the suffering that we witnessed, we learned valuable lessons. Visitor restriction revealed to us the incredible urgency and importance of family presence in the ICU that we knew but had unknowingly taken for granted. And this awareness brought extraordinary compassion and a heightened sense of belonging and purpose to our care. Visitor restriction meant that we were not just our patients' nurses and doctors, we were often the only physical connection between families and their loved ones. And this created some of the strongest relationships with patients and families that I have personally experienced practicing medicine. Our interactions shifted to phone and video calls where families were simply desperate to see and be near their loved ones. Most of the conversations were one-sided, and there were a lot of tears, but there were also many laughs. Some families played favorite songs, and you can learn a lot of unexpected things about a person by listening to their playlists. Some prayed, some teased. The need for a haircut was one of the most common topics of conversation. All expressed encouragement to keep fighting. One father sang to his daughter nearly every single one of her 86 days on a ventilator, including the day that she died. We met the children, grandchildren, partners, pets, and love armies that sustained our patients. And by holding the phone for families, we silently witnessed these intense moments of love and support that would normally occur in private at the bedside without a clinician present. And we would lose ourselves in these moments. It was impossible not to hear echoes of our own families in those calls. And families were often unaware of the emotions on our faces as we held the phone for them. The emotional impact of visitor restriction was something that our ICU teams had never encountered, nor could have prepared for. And quite honestly, we lacked the words to adequately describe our feelings, which were later validated by our psychiatry and psychology colleagues. This is Dr. Tony Rostaine, and Dr. Rostaine is our chairman of psychiatry at Cooper Hospital where I work. He is an incredible writer and speaker, and he had this impression of our experience caring for critically ill patients with COVID-19. He said, "Our brains are designed for social connection. We are wired to exchange our feelings with others. Emotions are contagious. This fact is the foundation of all human connection. It is what enables us to feel empathy and show compassion toward others. Bearing witness to these precious conversations while holding the devices that make them possible creates an intimate encounter with profound loss. It pushed people to the limits of their physical, mental, and even spiritual endurance. At times, it can be uplifting and rewarding. At others, it can be exhausting and draining. And at others, it can be deeply traumatizing. When a patient is in a coma on a ventilator, the safest way to provide nutrition is through a small bore feeding tube that we insert through the nose or the mouth that terminates in the stomach. And this is a bottle of tube feeds. Now, nutrition is essential for recovery from critical illness, but it certainly doesn't garner as much attention as other life-saving interventions in the ICU. But this bottle of tube feeds played a major role in bringing our first visitor into our COVID intensive care unit. No matter the length of a phone or video call, we typically hold the phone in our hands so that we can center the camera on our patient's face or hold the phone to their ear. So I will never forget one morning arriving before rounds and seeing an iPad propped up against a bottle of tube feeds on our patient's tray table. It was an immediate indication of the length of the conversation. He was in his 40s and had been in our ICU for over a month with COVID pneumonia, and his viral pneumonia had been complicated by 2 bouts of bacterial pneumonia. And overnight, he had decompensated with profound shock, requiring 4 vasopressor medications to sustain his blood pressure. an ominous sign of uncontrolled infection. The team had called his wife in the middle of the night explaining that they were worried he didn't have much time, and they arranged for her to talk to him over video. Over 6.5 hours later, when our team arrived for rounds, his wife's face was still on the screen. This was early in the pandemic. I had not personally lost a patient to coronavirus, nor had I ever seen a family say goodbye over a video screen in our intensive care unit. In a very cold, concrete way, that bottle of tube feeds redefined the concept of hospital visiting hours. It was impossible to watch. So we held a conference call with our visitation committee during rounds, and because there had not yet been a visitor to our COVID unit, we talked through every angle of the safety of a possible visit. His wife had cared for their 2 young daughters when they were sick with COVID weeks ago, at the time her husband was admitted, and she wasn't displaying any active signs of infection, unlikely to bring COVID-19 into the ICU. We assured them that we would personally escort her from the hospital lobby up to the ICU and put PPE on her ourselves to minimize her risk of exposure in the room. After deliberation and 2 more phone calls, the visitation committee unanimously voted to allow her to be at her husband's bedside. And for those of us there that day, we will never forget the welcome sight of her entering the door to the ICU. She was a tiny woman and nearly disappeared as we wrapped her in an oversized blue gown, face shield, N95, and gloves. And she went in the room and sat in a chair at her husband's bedside holding his hand, continuing their last conversation while he remained in a coma. Not long after, his nurse notified our team that his heart rate and blood pressure were dropping. And when we entered the room to tell his wife that he was gone, she already knew. And after weeks of forced separation from her husband, the first 2 words that she spoke were thank you. She said, in all the days and weeks that he has been in here, being with him when he died is the only thing that has brought me any comfort. And when she left, she shared that she had no idea how she was going to tell their 2 young daughters that their dad had died. In the first 2 years of the pandemic, 640 patients with COVID-19 were admitted to intensive care units at Cooper Hospital. Roughly 43% of them died. So 640 families had to experience critical illness or the death of someone they love with little or no visitation. Many families said goodbye over video. Many families visited from the hallway through the glass. And some families were able to visit inside the room. We know from the medical literature what really matters to patients and families at the end of life. They want to trust their provider. They want honest communication about prognosis, and they want meaningful recovery. But when recovery is not possible and death is inevitable, both patients and families desperately want to be able to say goodbye. And not having the ability to say goodbye is associated with depression and complicated grief in bereaved family members. At the end of life, when curative treatments fail, our most important role as intensivists is to provide emotional support and guidance for families. And families often ask us in family meetings, how do you do this every day? And we tell them that having someone you love critically ill in the ICU is one of the hardest things that anyone can go through. And if we can make that even a little bit less painful, it is incredibly meaningful to us. But family presence is essential for our ability to humanize the experience of dying. And not being able to allow families to be present created incredible guilt for us. And because it's the care team that enforces visitor restriction at the bedside, not only were we unable to ease grief, but we became first-hand witnesses of suffering that we ourselves were inflicting. Throughout the pandemic, we became adept at supporting critically ill patients suffering from respiratory distress. Yet we were blinded to our own moral distress that occurs when you feel compelled to do something you believe is morally wrong and in conflict with your role and professional identity. There is an upshot. Of the countless treatments hurled at COVID-19, one emerged for us as the COVID-19 wonder drug. And it's not remdesivir or hydroxychloroquine or tocilizumab or Paxlovid. Teamwork. This is my favorite team. They're playing Marist right now. As intensive care units strained against capacity around the world, they were held together by teamwork. At Cooper Hospital, specialists collaborated from outside of the silos of medical specialties to make our care even stronger. Providers from emergency medicine, anesthesia, trauma surgery, cardiology, hospital medicine, psychiatry, behavioral health all came together to support critically ill patients and families. In the ICU, we have known for over a decade that the single intervention that has the biggest impact on survival in ARDS is something called prone positioning. And the act of prone positioning itself is symbolic and really epitomizes the role of teamwork in this pandemic. To safely turn a critically ill patient from the supine to the prone position without dislodging any lines or tubes or medications takes no less than 7 people working cohesively as a team. And when the ventilator and prone positioning failed to support oxygenation for our sickest patients with COVID, the last line of possible lung rescue is ECMO, a machine that directly puts oxygen into the bloodstream, similar to cardiopulmonary bypass used in the operating room during open heart surgery. ECMO cannulation is typically performed by a heart surgeon in the operating room, where 2 large cannulas are inserted in the neck and the groin to establish blood flow to the ECMO machine that provides oxygenation and ventilation when the lungs cannot. Safely delivering this highly invasive and technical therapy takes tremendous resources and moral leadership. Early on in the pandemic, as it unfolded, we recognized the need to make ECMO more widely available to patients that would otherwise die without it. And our leaders in cardiac surgery and critical care, pictured at the right of this photo, teamed up to make a crucial decision: to have our cardiac surgeons train us as intensivists to perform ECMO cannulation at the bedside in the ICU, allowing us to deliver this therapy to more patients. At the same time, our hospital administration purchased and tripled our supply of ECMO machines so that we can now simultaneously support 10 patients with ECMO, including one of our first ECMO patients of the pandemic, whose name is John. So John has released all his medical information. There are multiple newspaper articles written about his illness. So John initially actually worked for Cooper in the 1980s as a nurse in our trauma unit, and just prior to the start of the pandemic, he took a job as a nursing supervisor in a skilled nursing facility. And then in April of 2020, he presented to Cooper now as a patient with headache, fever, shortness of breath, and ultimately John's oxygen levels were so low from COVID pneumonia that he required not only the ventilator, but also ECMO. One of my scariest moments as a physician occurred during John's 3rd week on ECMO. Our team was called to his room because the high pressure alarm on the ventilator, on the breathing machine, was firing. And so what we do in that situation, the breathing tube is connected with tubing to the ventilator. We typically disconnect the machine to take it out of the equation and administer breaths manually with this, which is called a bag valve mask. When we did this, I was unable to squeeze even a few cc's of air into John's lungs, and because the resistance was so high. The most common reason that when that happens is that the breathing tube itself is occluded with mucus, or the tube is dislodged, it's no longer in the airway. And so we inserted a fiber optic camera down, it's called a bronchoscope, down into the breathing tube, and it appeared patent, yet we still could not squeeze any air into his lungs. So we removed it, put in a new one, and then with suction we were able to see beyond the breathing tube that his entire windpipe or trachea was full of blood clots. So the portable bronchoscopes that we have don't have the suction or the capability to really remove large amounts of solid blood clots. So we paged overhead for our interventional pulmonologists that have special bronch towers that with tools, one of which is called a cryoprobe. And what they can do is go down and freeze the tissue, or in this case the blood clots, and remove it piece by piece. This procedure took over an hour. And during the entire procedure, there was no air going in and out of John's lungs. Had he not been on ECMO, that was providing all as an external lung, all oxygenation and ventilation, this wouldn't have been survivable. John ultimately went on to spend 58 days in our intensive care unit. 24 of them were on ECMO. And overall, he lost 50 pounds. He had to learn to breathe, talk, eat, and walk again. He actually had to undergo surgery to remove that area of his lung that was the source of the bleeding because it later became infected. He went to a long-term acute care hospital where he was able to wean off the ventilator. And having a great sense of humor that he does, the way he describes it is that he fell asleep in April and woke up in June and had no idea about the pandemic, what it was, anything that had happened to him while he was in a coma. Several months after he weaned off the ventilator, he walked back into our ICU and hand-delivered 100 letters to each and every nurse and physician that cared for him. And his wife, June, throughout his illness, when we would call her on the phone, she would describe his friends and family and caregivers as his love army. Around the time that he came back to hand-deliver these letters, he reached out to Dr. Adam Green, who's on the right, and myself. He wanted to meet up for coffee because as a nurse and as a human being, he wanted to understand what happened to him. And this has become a tradition. For the past couple of years, we meet once or twice a year and have coffee. And this is a picture of the last time we met. And Dr. Green on the right, that weekend was competing in an Ironman triathlon. And John was very interested in that. He asked a lot of questions about triathlon training. He'd never done one. And after this get-together, he asked us, could we all three compete in a triathlon together? So unfortunately, I ended up in a boot and couldn't participate, but with an overuse injury. But Adam and John competed in the Atlantic City Triathlon just last August. And this is a picture of them at the finish. And this article was written in the newspaper. And I can say that this is unusual, but recoveries of any degree, and especially like this, mean everything to us in the ICU. So after 2.5 years, we have had ample time to reflect on the fear, grief, loss, and moral distress that the pandemic caused. And not just for us, but more importantly for patients and families. And I can say with conviction that most of us, probably all of us, would never want to practice medicine in the initial phases of the pandemic again. But with even greater conviction, I can say that we would never want to practice medicine having not learned the lessons that we did from it. Every fall, medical schools around the country hold what's called a white coat ceremony. That really is sort of the symbolic beginning of a first-year medical student's journey to becoming a physician. And a few weeks ago, we had our white coat ceremony at Cooper Medical School, and our dean gave me the privilege of being the speaker for our white coat ceremony. And I thought a lot about what to say to first-year medical students, all of whom applied to medical school during a global pandemic. It's a testament to their courage and commitment to becoming a physician. And I told them that despite the challenges highlighted by the pandemic, I believe there's no better time to start medical school. Medicine is a noble profession, not because we are perfect, but because we learn from our failures. When confronted with the greatest dehumanizing force of modern medicine, we countered social distance with connection and shared purpose. Through the grief of patient isolation and family separation imposed by hospital visitor restriction, we relearned the power of compassion. In a white coat ceremony, faculty place a perfectly ironed white coat around our students' shoulders. Yet the powerful lessons of the pandemic showed us that medicine is wrinkled with creases and lumps and bumps and occasional coffee stains. But the wrinkles are where the meaning in medicine is found, in white coats stuffed with to-do lists and journal articles researched at 2 a.m. in hopes of better understanding disease and finding evidence for treatments. Real white coats are filled with lists of patients who are people first, imprinting lessons in our minds and emotions in our memories. In college, for you all, just like in medical school, you will learn from your mistakes with your classmates and teaching faculty at your side. And so embrace the wrinkles along the way. And remember that your professors and advisors are here to support you and find a career that you find meaningful. I want to conclude by thanking all of my professors, some of which are still here today. You invest enormous time and energy into us as students, and it is not lost on us. So thank you.
So we have just a couple of minutes until Dr. Fishbach is going to talk. So we have time for a few questions for Emily. Any questions for Emily? Yes.
I just want to say thank you for giving that talk. I worked through the pandemic in the hospital as well, not nearly as much in the same context, but you did an amazing job of putting together the experience of working in a hospital through this pandemic.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's incredibly meaningful. I think there are a lot of things that if I had to do over, we would do differently. I think we learned a year into the pandemic we can make family visitors safe, and I think we, in hindsight, probably should have done that a lot sooner. You know, it made sense in the early phases when there wasn't enough PPE for even us as providers, but as time went on, that became less and less palatable. And so that, you know, I think that there are things we would probably do differently now, but that the whole balance of keeping patients and families safe from infection, but also present for their loved ones was just an impossible balancing act. But thank you.
Just to share a very personal experience. So my husband's father actually died kind of during the COVID pandemic. And I remember just kind of listening to the talk, I remember thinking, wow, like he's gonna die alone. And we called in, tried to, you know, talk to him, just have a nurse like like you guys did in some ways, just have a nurse, have him have a phone so we could talk to him. But it just felt so incredibly human. And I think it's great that we're able to show. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. That part is, I mean, that's the part when we say we wouldn't want to live through it again. It just, that should never happen.
Other questions, comments, observations?
Can you talk a little bit about, you know, you talked a lot about the fears of kind of in the hospital. It was really a wonder. I mean, I felt all the emotions come back as working on the pediatric side. Can you talk a little bit about kind of your fears of working in this environment and then coming home to your family?
Yeah, that's a great question, and you know, just for your experience, the thought of like keeping parents out of an ICU is, you know, I don't think it's an accident that the first editorial that finally was super honest about that experience was a pediatric intensivist. So my husband is an emergency physician, and we don't have any family in New Jersey. So we were very scared about our 3 very young kids. I mean, my son was 1 at the time, and they're now 4, 7, and 9. But we also didn't have any other option. So unfortunately, we do have a laundry room that's very close to our garage. So we would just sort of run in there, throw our clothes in there, and then go up and shower right away. But, you know, some of my colleagues, like one of the intensivists I work with, his daughter was an infant, you know, she was months old, and he didn't live in their home for months. And like the sacrifice of that, I mean, he will say, like, I'm never gonna get that time back. So that was a huge thing. And it's interesting that that was kind of all we thought about as it was bearing down on us, like, we're gonna get it, and how are we gonna not spread it? And then, I mean, quite literally after a week, we're like, all right, PPE seems to be working. This is horrible and sad. And so it like all of our focus was on fears that PPE works. I mean, we went over a year doing all these procedures. I never got it from work. Later got it from my 4-year-old, but yeah.
Go ahead.
Like now, post-pandemic, we're hearing about a lot of medical professionals leaving the field, just like from burnout, but also from like the PTSD of what they've seen in ICUs. Kind of like what's your experience of dealing with that, or maybe like other people you work with?
I think we were in total denial. I don't think we knew that was happening to us. It was kind of very much like not to be dramatic, but sort of like a warlike thing. You know, I've given versions of this talk. I think this is my 8th time, and every time I cry. And I think that it's good that we sort of come together now, and I think we speak about these things, because in the beginning we just sort of put our heads down and did our job. And I don't think we were realizing, like, this isn't normal. You know, I mean, I think we were realizing that, but I don't think we were thinking about, like, this isn't, you know, how we were supposed to feel or what we were supposed to talk about. But no, I mean, I think a lot of the people that left the workforce are in exactly the problem. I mean, I know they are, because we're experiencing a lot of what they talked about yesterday with loss of staff, particularly nurses in the ER and the ICU, and I don't think that's an accident, you know, as far as where we witnessed loss of life. And so I think that, you know, I think it changed us, and I will look back to what were the important lessons I learned from it. But that's when I say, like, I mean, we talk about it, and I was like, ooh, we can never do that again. And the thing was, we didn't know when we entered that it would go on for 2 years or longer. So yeah, I think that a lot of people probably didn't speak about it, and obviously that was made it even harder. I think honestly giving talks like this and sharing and talking about it and talking to my colleagues that went through it is sort of, and my husband is, we got through it together, so I sort of had that internally built in. But you know, I can see how a lot of people, we didn't really feel like we were always doing the right thing for people in what we were witnessing with visitation.
Any other questions?
This is just another comment. It was also a kind of a weird feeling of being called healthcare heroes when you really just felt like you were going to work and doing your job. And then there became this distrust of the medical system at the same time, where we went from healthcare heroes to now having to convince people that we're actually to be trusted. It's been a really interesting kind of shift in puzzle throughout this pandemic, the balance between those two things.
Yeah, I think that's super insightful. I think we never really felt like heroes, but then we never really felt like scapegoats or people that were trying to do the wrong thing. I mean, yeah, that was the highs and lows.
Let's thank Emily again for As we're finishing getting things set up here, I'll start the introduction, and I'll say that I have so many notes about Dr. Fischbach, and I just didn't know what to pick and choose, so I'm actually not going to say all the amazing things that she's done. But just to give you a little bit of background, Dr. Fischbach has a long and distinguished research, teaching, and administrative career in medicine, science, humanities, and ethics, and issues in bioethics. She did her undergraduate work at Cornell, got a PhD from Boston University, worked, taught, and performed her research at a number of different medical centers in the Boston area, then went to Washington University School of Medicine in St. Louis, where she directed the ethics program and founded the Humanities and Medicine program. She then went to Harvard Medical School, where she was a professor in the Department of Social Medicine and Division of Medical Ethics. From there, she went on to the NIH, where she was senior advisor for biomedical ethics. And after that, went to Columbia, where she was a professor and co-founder and director of the Center for Bioethics. You'll notice the thread of kind of leadership, initiation, getting things started through all of those places that she's been. She's earned numerous awards, including being named a fellow for the American Association for the Advancement of Science, an incredibly significant honor. the NIH Award of Merit for establishment of the Tuskegee Center for Bioethics. She was elected a distinguished leader by the Board of Directors of Public Responsibility in Medicine and Research. Dr. Fischbach's research has touched on many areas of bioethics, including neuroethics, particularly relevant with the co-sponsorship of this talk by the Mind, Brain, and Behavior Initiative. And that work has included work on how the stigma of autism impacts families. Our presentation today is on informed consent, its history, and its importance now more than ever. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Fischbach to Colgate.
Thank you, Ken, and like Emily, I have so many people to thank for the experience of this amazing conference. Mike Walk is a friend of ours, and of course you know he's a classmate of Jerry, so we have a lot in common there. Let me just say a few things about Emily's talk, because it aroused so many emotions in me. 2020, I was admitted to the Hospital for Special Surgery in New York City for serious surgery. And Jerry, who we've just celebrated our 60th wedding anniversary, but I had to say goodbye at the door, not knowing if I'd ever see him again. Our 4 children, our 12 grandchildren. And so I wanted to just talk. Do I have to fix that? So I had to speak from the patient's perspective. We heard Emily's talk about the doctor's perspective, but the patient there who may be dying, or maybe like me, just facing serious surgery, not knowing if you're going to come out of it alive, is very powerful. So I really was moved by everything Emily said, but also I shared vicariously the trauma of what Emily was going through, because I sit on the ethics committee at Columbia Presbyterian Hospital, and it was like a disaster area there during the pandemic. We had many critical decisions that we had to make as members of the ethics committee, which were going to determine the type of care that the patients would be receiving. One of the issues that Emily brought up, there were a number of people who were the caregivers in the ICU who themselves got sick. So there was a shortage of personnel, which meant that people who had never been in the ICU since their medical training, maybe now it's 20 years ago, had to step up and take care of patients in the ICU. And you can imagine the trauma and the fears that they had, exacerbated by what was fears that Emily had, who was an experienced practitioner. But here are these dermatologists, psychiatrists, public health doctors working in the ICU and having to take care of critically ill and dying patients. So that was very difficult. One of our most trying decisions was our shortage of ventilators. And we were trying to figure out, how do we do this? Do you give the ventilator to the sickest person or to the person who's most likely to survive? That's always a very difficult decision to make. But somebody came up with a bright idea, which was totally unknown at the time, is could you use one ventilator for 2 people? Somehow divide the tube so that you could increase the number of patients who could benefit when they were in a serious position. And so that's what we did, actually. And I think we even increased it to 3 patients at one time. So you can imagine you're dealing with this unknown of the pandemic, and then at the same time trying to try unknown, untested, unproven technology. try to deal with the experience of the dying patient. So Emily, you brought up so many emotions as I was listening to you. It was hard to even sit still, but it was amazing. You also mentioned the white coat ceremony, and I have to say, Arnold and Sandra Gold, who started the white coat ceremony, the Gold Foundation, were personal and dear friends of mine. Arnold has recently died, but Sandra's still alive. And it began at Columbia because Arnold was on the faculty and lived nearby in New Jersey. So, and Jerry was the dean at the time, and so it was very emotional for us to have the white coat ceremony. The white coat ceremony is very important for me also because what Ken did mention was that my first life was as a nurse, and it was very important to me. And I'm on the board of trustees, a wonderful nursing school for underrepresented minorities, and I want to start the white coat ceremony there in a nursing school. So the whole issue of trying to demonstrate compassion, which Arnold talked about so much in his life, is very important to me. So I'm so glad that you mentioned it. It's very important for physicians at Columbia. There really are kind of two white coat ceremonies. One, in the very early stages, about 3 weeks after medical students arrive, to put on the white coat ceremony there, and then with family there, crying, tears in their eyes. It was a very moving ceremony, and the white coat has always represented medicine in its highest, purest, most wonderful features. Now when you go to hospitals, sometimes it's hard to tell who's the physician because people are wearing sweats and they're wearing all kinds of different clothing, so it's getting more difficult. But the white coat will always represent medicine in its highest virtuous capacity. All right, let me switch gears. So now, I'm now at Columbia, as Ken said, and this is all new technology for me, trying to use Jerry's iPad, which unfortunately, Jerry, you're gonna have to come again to have he has facial recognition. But my face is not his face, and so this new technology. Don't you have a password I can? It's teamwork, right? A lot of things that Emily was talking about was teamwork.
This is my greatest technical challenge.
Me. We have just celebrated our 60th wedding anniversary. So we've had teamwork for all of those years and then some. Okay. Not yet. Go back.
I keep screwing up.
He's my greatest support, my severest critic, and captain of our team. So let's see if I can read this. First of all, I wanted to thank all of the organizers of the walk. Wonderful symposium. I thought last night's session was one of the best I've ever heard. It was so informative. And we started off today also amazing. So I wanted to talk a little bit about being the patient, and also I wish there was light here. I'll skip that part. Yesterday, I think it was Ken who mentioned bioethics, or I brought up the topic of bioethics. I think bioethics was so appropriate for the mind-brain behavior consortium, because bioethics is multidisciplinary and it really is the ideal thing. If I could help you set up a program, which I've done elsewhere, I would be happy to lend a little expertise I could. So the good thing is it's interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary. Bioethics is a wonderful field, very encompassing. It started out as kind of an extension of the doctor-patient relationship, but now it is so pervasive with all of the new technologies that have come about. It's no longer relegated just to the medical profession. It includes climate change. It includes all of the issues that we're having with the use of atomic energy and you name it, bioethics is there. And it's really a study of professional practice. It was, I can't even read my handwriting because, okay, anyway, I'm going to go on and talk about informed consent. Informed consent is a passion that I have had really starting from childhood, where I felt I did not have informed consent for a procedure for my tonsillectomy when I was 4 years old, which has always bothered me, very traumatic experience. But I'd like to read just a couple of sentences which I found in an article so informed consent is the bond of trust which is the foundation and the central stone to any research involving human subjects. It is the central doctrine and is probably the most important part of any research. Any of you ever had any experience with research participants being in a study either as a participant or as a researcher, just a few of you? Well, I hope eventually you all will, and I hope eventually you'll try to really appreciate what informed consent means. The principle of consent is closely related to the principle of autonomy, self-determination, and the affirmation of human rights and respect for human dignity. I really have been feeling all of those emotions recently when I see what's going on. I don't want to make this a political discourse, but I think everyone, men and women, should appreciate the wonderful life that we have in the U.S. and the fact that our rights now seem to be in jeopardy. And I want you to think about that and celebrate autonomy and self-determination that we do not want to have removed from others. Okay. Now, I will begin my talk. I've been talking about this for a long time, so I usually have a very nice prepared talk, but given technology, I didn't have that, so I'm kind of winging it, and I hope you'll have some compassion as I try to get through this. This experience of being here at Colgate is extremely moving for me. I have a husband who graduated from Colgate, a son, and a granddaughter. So 3 generations, all of whom have benefited so greatly. And you should be grateful for this opportunity that you have to be here at this great institution and make the best of it. And I think Emily was a great, and the committee here that we saw previously, the greatest testimony to Columbia and its power. By the way, can you hear me? Because I can't tell if this is a microphone or not. Okay. All right. So moving right along. Let's see what I can do here. Not starting off well.
No, it's starting up here.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
This is the ethical imperative for bioethics. In research and medicine, your actions should be guided not by what you can do, because we can do so much with technology, but really what you should do. It's very, very important. Okay. Now, move along. Okay, is there anybody in the medical profession who sees this slide and knows exactly what it is? Anybody? What? Yes, see, Emily got it right away. It's the Hippocratic Oath. We don't celebrate it now word for word, when physicians or medical students are swearing to be the best physicians they can be. But Hippocrates and his team are given credit for this. And the most important phrase of this oath is, first or above all, do no harm. That's kind of a mantra for the Hippocratic Oath. The oath has many facets to it, some of which are not appropriate for the 20th and 21st century, but it's still a very important oath. Let's see what the next slide is. This is a very important slide. Many of you may not know about Benjamin Cardozo. He was a justice in the New York Supreme Court. And this was a case that came up in 1914. In those days, when patients were facing surgery and physicians had to perform the surgery, there were no CAT scans and PET scans and all kinds of diagnostic therapies. So the surgeon would operate on the patient, see what's going on, close the patient up, and then the next day, or tell the patient, this is what I found, and this is why we're going to do the next surgery, and this is what I intend to do. Well, in this situation, the doctor who was operating on a patient who had a severe case of fibroids in her uterus opened her up, saw the fibroids, thought, this is ridiculous, I can take them out, I can do the surgery, maybe even a hysterectomy if needed, and when the patient wakes up, I'll tell her what I've done, and there's no point in having to have this two-stage surgery. So that's what he did, and when she woke up, she was really angry that he had done something without her consent, without her permission, without her knowledge. So she sued. She sued the doctor, she sued the hospital, which happened to be the New York hospital where I trained. And actually, she won her suit, but the doctors were never sued because in those times they were independent contractors, so you could not sue them. And she didn't get to sue the hospital. But Benjamin Cardozo's words, I think, are some of the most important words in the medical profession and in research. Every human being of adult years and sound mind has a right to determine what shall be done with his or her own body. It's really the principle of autonomy, and so important. These are words that I keep in front of me on my desk. Those who forget history are bound to repeat it. So never forget what came before us and the implications and how we should respond, and try to make sure that some of the bad parts of history never happen again, and some of the good parts we can keep repeating. I'm going to show you some pictures of series of experiments that the Nazis undertook. The Holocaust is an example of a whole society gone wrong. Their basis was maybe good in the sense that they wanted to cure the wrongs of society by getting rid of all of those who they felt were responsible. So they wanted to purify the race, purify the society, and they thought that by getting rid of all the people who were infected, that they could then get rid of all the bad things in their society. So they managed to convert, and this is very important, I talk about this with my class of 4th year medical students, how did these doctors who in ordinary life were compassionate, how did they turn into murderers? And we'll have to learn about that over the years. But their experiments were horrific, ghastly experiments. The outcome was almost always death. They weren't thinking of these people surviving. This particular picture represents a high altitude experience. So they were trying to put some moral value on their experiments. They're wondering what happens to pilots who were experiencing high altitude. And in these situations with their Jewish so-called experimental patients, their lungs exploded, their eardrums exploded, the patient died. So the question was not how to survive, but how long can somebody in very high altitude experience survive? These experiments were where people were given salt water instead of regular water, and they died. Standing at the train station where the people were loaded off the cattle cars and sent right to the gas chambers, there was a doctor by the name of Dr. Mengele, you may have heard his name, and he was a physician, but he was very interested in twins. Jerry and I have a set of identical twins, so we would have been perfect for his experiments. So he could experiment on one of the twins, and the other twin would be the control. He did some really obscure experiments. He tried to change the color of eye color from brown to blue. Because, Aryans have blue eyes, blonde hair. And that was just a simple thing, but many of the other experiments were so gruesome. And so one would be the victim and the other would be the survivor who was then put to death too. Nobody really survived his experiments. This was one of the most important books that was written about this period. And it was about the Nazi doctors and the Nuremberg Code and the trial that was held after the Holocaust. It was a very influential time, and this book was amazing. So the author tried to figure out how, as I mentioned, these physicians who were generally compassionate could then turn out to be murderers. At the trial, they professed that they were only following orders. That was their defense. Not that they were guilty, but they had no choice. They had to follow orders, the Nazi orders, the Hitler orders. And so people still try to use that defense to this day. None of the at the hands of the Nazis might not have died if it were not for the physicians. Physicians were the heart and soul of the Holocaust. They checked off the boxes who would determine first young children who would be euthanized. They then developed the Zyklon gas that was used in the gas chambers that was so effective. They kept the trains running so that they would always have people brought to the extermination camps on time. It's unbelievable how these people could have performed the experiments that they did. Anyway, when we read about the Holocaust, we have to think about never again to happen. But through some of the worst periods, there is good that comes out of it. And the Holocaust was no exception. So the Nuremberg Code, which was written in 1949, was written by the American lawyers who participated in the trials of the people, the doctors who participated in the Holocaust. And there were several amazing and important keywords. It has to do with informed consent. You have to have adequate information, adequate, truthful, clear, legitimate information. And when we think about now with the misinformation that's being transmitted, which I'll discuss later, keep this in mind. Informed consent depends on adequate information. The subject has to understand the information and must be competent to understand the consequences of the experiment, and the consent must be voluntary, not forced, and the person has the opportunity to withdraw from the experiment at any time. So they often say that research ethics rose from the ashes of the Holocaust. Well, after that, there were a number of documents and oaths that came about. This one was important, the Declaration of Helsinki, and that was an international, it wasn't a US declaration, but it was prepared by other countries, but certainly the idea that in research on man, the interests of science or society should never take precedent over considerations related to the well-being of the subject. My talk now is going to swing to Charlie McCarthy. Whoops, Charles Raymond McCarthy. He died last week, and that was another reason why I thought this talk for me was so meaningful. He was my mentor, my inspiration. He guided my moral compass. He was my friend, and I sat with him on the primer PRIM&R, which this was mentioned earlier, the primer faculty for 19 years. He was 97 years old. I couldn't believe it because he always seemed so young. I thought we were about the same age. But anyway, his passing really shook up the science and research ethics community because he was such a moving force. Which I'll mention some of the things that he was involved in. He was a great man, great friend. Okay. Many of you may know exactly what I'm going to be talking about. This is the Tuskegee experiments. The long title is called The Tuskegee Study of Untreated Syphilis in a Negro Male. And we shortchange it to the Tuskegee experiment. It was was not an experiment. Experiment means you're kind of trying new things. No. This was a time in the United States around the turn of the century, first 20 years of U.S. history, there was an enormous amount of syphilis. Syphilis was rampant. And there was an opportunity to try to figure out what was causing it and what is the course of syphilis. There was a African-American physician who had an institute in Tuskegee, Alabama, and his institute was about to flounder, and he was trying to get some help for his institution. So along comes the U.S. Public Health Service, rah, rah, rah. He says, okay, let's do a study. What he wanted to show that African Americans who had syphilis had the similar course of white people. You know, there's so much prejudice and discrimination, and there was a lot of terrible thoughts about how blacks experience syphilis and their hot blood and all this stuff. So he wanted to show that his population, his patients, actually died in the same way that white patients did. So it was really a kind of an agreement with the devil. The Public Health Service said, okay, we will study the effects of syphilis in white people. And they found 600 people, 400 who had syphilis, and 200 who were used as controls. The Public Health Service physicians cajoled and begged and somehow got a group of these people to agree to participate. In the early days, and this study began in 1932 and ended in 1972, 40 years is the longest experiment ever supported by the U.S. Public Health Service. It started out kind of benign. The men were told they would get free treatment. Sounded good. But in those days, there was no treatment, really, for syphilis. We're talking about 1932. And so the treatment that the men received was, for example, back shots, which were really spinal taps. They were not therapeutic. They were there just to study what happened to these men, the course of the disease. They were given all kinds of salves and ointments, none of which were really therapeutic, but at least the men thought they were getting some sort of treatment. In 1942, 43, 44, it was found out that penicillin was effective for the treatment of syphilis. The syphilis has 3 stages, and the men kind of talked about you get it, you forget it, kind of in the latent stage, and then you regret it as you're impaired by the syphilis. So the stages were well documented. The results of these men were published every single year in American journals, medical journals. It was never kept secret. We all knew about, everybody knew about it, but didn't really think about it. And the information that they were getting seemed to be helpful. The benign aspects, fairly benign aspects, overlooking the deception, really began in 1944, 5, 6, 7, when penicillin was effective. And it was effective in every single stage of syphilis. And these men were prevented from ever getting penicillin. That's when the experiment really became totally unethical. You may have to come back, but no. Anyway, so there was a nurse, there's a wonderful study, kind of a play called Miss Evers' Boys. There was a nurse, Rivers, who used to sit out in the hospital clinics to make sure that none of her boys in the experimental group, in the study group, ever came to the clinic to get penicillin, because the information was slowly drifting down to these people that there was a cure, but they were never, ever to experience that cure. One thing I have to tell you, which is so important, because again, there's a lot of misinformation. These men in the 400 group were never, ever infected with syphilis. They were never given syphilis. That happened actually in a later experiment when men who were not infected, who were who were living in prisons in Guatemala, the U.S. Public Health Service would bring in prostitutes who had syphilis to have sex with these men. So it was a way of infecting the men without the U.S. Public Health Service actually giving them an injection. But the Tuskegee syphilis study, many people feel, is really the reason why so many African Americans, Black Americans, and others are fearful of treatment, fearful of studies, research studies that are run by the United States. There's enough fear about government anyway going on with all the misinformation. But this pervasive fear has been maintained about the Tuskegee syphilis study. So just keep in mind the two things that I mentioned about never did the doctors infect these patients. If you ever hear that, please disabuse the person who's saying that. That's totally misinformation. Of the people, the 400 people who participated, 28 died during this period. 100 died from complications of syphilis. 40 wives were infected, and 19 children were born with congenital syphilis. So 187 people were really victims of the Tuskegee study. So in case anyone says, oh, nobody died, well, they did have a high mortality. From the ashes of the Tuskegee syphilis study came the Belmont report. This was very important. After the study was revealed in the New York Times in 1973, the U.S. government really tried to do whatever it could to try to make amends. And they put together a committee that met in Belmont, Maryland. They sat for 4 years, actually almost once a month. And this committee came up with the Belmont report. And the Belmont report, aside from really documenting the whole story of the Tuskegee experiments, came up with this wonderful, it's not wonderful, it's the basis of research ethics. So the 3 principles, autonomy, respect for persons, beneficence, doing the best, always doing the best you can for your patient, and non-maleficence is harming persons, people, and justice, the fair distribution of risks and benefits. These are the 3 principles of bioethics, so important. 3 principles of research. And we talk about them all the time. They're now known as kind of the Georgetown mantra, because there are 3 professors from Georgetown who kept these 3 principles uppermost in everyone's mind and kept talking about them. And so it's now, most researchers, physicians can say this in their sleep. Given all the things that had happened between Tuskegee and other things, after the Belmont report came out, the researchers and physicians and society felt, oh, great, we're terrific now. We've amended, we've revealed all of our past errors, and now we're really good and perfect. But we weren't. And this was brought out by Henry Beecher, who was he was an anesthesiologist at Harvard. And unbeknownst to people, he was documenting all of the injustices and wrong experiments that he was seeing. He published this article in the New England Journal of Medicine, and it just shook the research community to its core. He documented 22 terrible experiments or studies. And he didn't cite the names of the PIs, but a lot of people knew who they were. One of the most egregious experiments was in Willowbrook. Anybody here Willowbrook? A few people. It's kind of a metaphor for everything that you could do, which was terrible. So Willowbrook was a state school, mostly for children, but people stayed there for years, died there too, for people who had cognitive problems or physical problems or mental problems. And on their arrival to the school, many of them developed hepatitis. They couldn't figure out why this was happening, but this one doctor at the hospital decided that he was going to find out. So he did his experiment. He took feces of children with hepatitis and fed them to the new arrivals to see whether he could infect them. And sure enough, he did. So now you had a population which had grown due to his experimentation. By the way, this state school is in Staten Island, in case people are wondering where. It's a New York State school. So the inmates of the school, after this revelation, have been transferred to other places, and it's the metaphor for all of the things that you could do wrong to people. So that's Willowbrook. Well, here's Charlie, my dear friend. He was the head of OPRR. This was the Office for the Protection from Research Risks, run by the NIH. And they developed a code of research ethics, which over the years has morphed into what we now know as the common rule. So it lists all the things that you should think about as somebody on a study team doing experiments and studies. And Charlie was very responsible for this protection of human subjects, which he felt was so important. There are 8 elements to the protection of human subjects. Any of you sit on IRB, Institutional Review Board? Okay, clue for my husband. Anybody sit on IRB? So it's an institutional review board that has to approve all of the research before it can be approved and go. And there are 8 elements, which I'm not going to take time to read, but this is what a research participant has to sign from consent before they can participate in the study. So CEOMS was just another group of people who got together to define what ethical research is and what are some of the principles, and so it's very important. International community. Okay, I'm winding things up now. Albert Einstein was instrumental in developing the atomic bomb. And he had a lot of misgivings after he saw what happened at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And he came up with a statement which for me has been very meaningful. Concern for man himself and his fate must always form the chief interest of all technological endeavors, in order that the creations of our minds shall be a blessing and not a curse to mankind. These words are very important to me. Remember in the beginning I asked you about remembering this phrase, this mantra. So for bioethics, it is the imperative. In research and medicine, your actions should be guided not by what you can do, but rather what you should do. Keep this in mind, always and ever. It's so important. It should be your moral compass. It should be what you think about when you are a physician and you're wondering, should I do this or should I do that? Or should I do something else? Your actions should be guided by not by what you can do, because we can do so much, but rather what you should do. Emily, I loved your statement about physicians, you do not have to be perfect. We don't have to be perfect, but we can strive for perfection. We can strive for what we can do to help people to remember the principles of autonomy and respect for persons that we saw in the beginning. This is the doorway to Columbia, which is now called the Vagelos School of Medicine. My office was on the first floor, third door on the left. So I went through these doors for 21 years since the pandemic. I have been so disturbed, given all that we've been talking about just now about giving truthful information and finding out that there is so much misinformation and disinformation which is being promulgated, not just by politicians, but sadly by physicians. There are a number of physicians, this was an article that I read about in the New York Times, who are being disciplined for what they are telling patients. They're telling patients, no, don't get a vaccine because the vaccine will cause you to be sterile. Or the vaccine, those people who are getting the vaccine, their names are being given to the government, and you don't want that to happen to you. And so many lies and terrible things that are going on, and being so devoted to informed consent has been my passion for my career. This is so disturbing to me that physicians of all people should be accused of giving this misinformation to their very vulnerable patients. So I was going to bring the article in, but I think I left it at home. You can find it in the New York Times and look up disinformation and physicians. So again, I want to thank you all. Being here has been a great thrill for me, great privilege, a great honor. As a mother and relative of 3 graduates, being 82 years old, to be here today has been very meaningful, and I appreciated your attention. I can answer questions, or we're going to have time.
For the sake of keeping things moving, Dr. Fishbach will be at lunch today, so people will have the opportunity to ask her questions at that time. We have a panel that's ready. Let's thank Dr. Fishbach again as the panel comes
So we're a little bit behind, but we're going to catch up. We got lunch for you. Okay? So So those of you who are sitting here, you get like these.
All right. Well, I have the unenviable task of being the moderator that stands between you all and lunch. So, we're going to run things just a little bit different than we did this morning. We'll actually pose questions and we'll try and keep the train moving here. Please, I want to request that you all share very robust and thorough responses. Don't feel like we're trying to constrain, but we also know that we'll have lunch to ask you all the questions as well. So, for those of you who don't know me, my name is James Reed. I am Assistant Director for Career Services or Career Development in the Office of Career Services, where I also serve as advisor for health and wellness career areas. We're joined today by a fantastic crew of healthcare professionals in order from closest to furthest away. We have Mallory Wagner, class of 15, genetic counselor at University of Michigan Hospital System. Hi, Mallory. Nicole Hawkins, class of 14, occupational therapist with New York Presbyterian and Columbia University Irving Medical Center. Dr. Scott Yosei, Hamilton Dental. Julie Dunkel, I apologize, Heather Bernard. No, Julie, I apologize, Julie. So I was right. Julie Dunkel, physical therapist and director of rehabilitation services at Community Memorial. And then Heather Bernard, vice president of nursing and clinical services at Community Memorial. Welcome all. So I know that we've prepped you with general talking points and we're going to stick to those, but rather than kind of work through maybe individual questions, I'm going to ask each one of you to tackle kind of all three in a group and we'll kind of go down profession by profession, if you will. All right. So just as a refresher, I know that you're all prepared, but love your own personal introductions, talking about your educational pathways, as well as a brief description of your area of healthcare practice. One of the best parts and one of the most challenging areas of your roles, and then also best piece of advice for students. And so we're going to try and keep things to maybe about 5 to 6 minutes per panelist, if we could, and we'll start with Mallory.
Okay, can everyone hear me? Okay, so my name is Mallory. I am a licensed certified genetic counselor. Raise your hand if you've ever heard of a genetic counselor before. Oh my gosh, that is not statistically correct for anywhere else. I'm really excited about that. I will answer that in a different order.
That's fine.
The biggest challenge of my career is people not knowing what I am or what I do. Even in the medical field, even physicians that I work with. And I will come back to the other challenge, which is insurance companies. But a genetic counselor really helps families through the entire process of genetic testing. So starting with, is there even a risk for a genetic condition in this family? Would it be helpful to actually have genetic testing? What does that look like? What the results are and what that impact of those results could be. As you can imagine, some of these families are very relieved to have a knowledge of why something's happening to their child or why so many people in their family have had cancer and how they can prevent it for themselves in the future, while other people are devastated by genetic conditions that mean that their child isn't going to live as long or their pregnancy is not going to come to fruition. We walk through that whole journey with the family. We talk to them about what the results are, what next steps are, meaning, do we need to do, imaging? Do you need to have a mastectomy and actually have something removed from your body to reduce that risk of cancer? Do you need to prepare yourself for your child being born with a condition you weren't expecting, and what does that look like? And at the other side of that, congrats, this test was negative. We didn't find what we were expecting, and that's a really good news. Have a great life. And so we work with families, physicians, social workers, nurses, the entire staff to really discuss that whole process. We work in different areas of healthcare, and it's expanding every day. So everything from prenatal to cancer to cardiology. I myself am a pediatric genetic counselor, and we also work in the inpatient setting, seeing patients in the NICU, the ICU, and working through those kinds of different aspects. There's other people who do a lot of different research. I am not one of them. So to kind of talk about my journey, I came to Colgate, and I was actually a double major in neuroscience and religion. I worked in Dr. Hansen's lab and found out very quickly I hate research. It is not for me. Everyone else that does it, fantastic, so I don't have to. And one of the things that's really nice about genetic counseling is you can really make the job whatever you want it to be. So for me, that means zero research. I finished my career at Colgate with no idea what I was going to do. I hadn't heard of genetic counseling before, and so I was unfortunately one of those kiddos who had nothing to do and no job to go to after college. So I moved home. I was totally burnt out, took a few weeks off, and then started networking, trying to figure out what I was going to do with my life. Someone had mentioned to me, check out this genetic counseling program, so I did. Career at first sight instead of love at first sight. It was immediate. I knew I wanted to help people. I loved the idea of psychology, neuroscience, and biology, but I didn't want to be a doctor. And I tried being a therapist for about 5 seconds. That wasn't for me either. This was an awesome comparison and be able to put those two together and utilize that information moving forward. So I actually took 2 years off and did all of the requirements I needed to do to get into graduate school for genetic counseling. That actually worked out really well for me. The vast majority of people do not go straight into genetic counseling school because there's a lot of requirements and it's pretty competitive. It's technically more competitive than medical school. My graduating class for my master's was 8 people. There's only about 40 to 45 programs across the country right now, but they're expanding every single year. And so when I went to school, I went to Wayne State University in Detroit. It's a 2-year program. And then I was able you're trained in all specialties of genetic counseling, and then you get to go and move on to whatever you want to do. I started working at a local hospital in Detroit called Beaumont Hospital, did all of the specialties, and then about a year ago, mid-pandemic, realized my goals also did not align with what I was seeing out of the administration and how they were treating a lot of our faculty and staff during the pandemic. And so I managed to change my specialty completely, and I moved to a pediatric setting at the University of Michigan, and I'm incredibly excited with the opportunities that I've been able to pursue. And so I think for me, the most exciting part of my job and the thing I love the most is just getting to sit there with those families and be with them throughout their journey. And I say family instead of patient because we really don't treat one person. We treat the entire family, whether it be a 2-year-old who cannot tell me how they feel and what their history is, and I need to chat with their parents, to when we find something and we have to test everyone else in the family to see if they inherited it as well. And then my least favorite part is definitely trying to describe to an insurance company why I need the test I need, why do I need to justify this to you, who is not a doctor. But unfortunately, that is something that's here to stay for a little bit longer. And my piece of advice is don't give up. Just because you don't have a job or you don't know what you're doing when you graduate, you'll make it. It's okay. Like, life will figure it out for you. It has a way of just being serendipitous and getting you to where you need to be. So that's my piece.
Thank you, Mallory. And before we move on, Mallory, just a couple of quick follow-up questions for you. So you mentioned some of the prerequisites before graduate school for genetic counseling. Could you share just very briefly what those are? And then also you mentioned the range of training areas. If you could touch on those for our
Absolutely. So I was not a shining star in Colgate's GPA area. So you do have to have a 3.0 GPA to go to graduate school. You have to have a certain set of classes, which I had no genetics classes, so I went to a local university and got those done. One of them being organic chemistry, and from what I'm hearing, really happy I didn't do that here. Because I wasn't the best student here, but I did get a 4.0 when I went to another school, so that made me feel good. And then you have to do advocacy, and I think that's really the thing that sticks out compared to other schools in different types of careers. They really, really want you to have the opportunity to learn how to have empathy, to be honest. So I worked on a suicide and crisis hotline for multiple shifts for over a year, and that was honestly one of the best experiences of my life. I know it sounds weird to say that, but you really learn how to help people when they're at their darkest moments, when they're reaching out for help for possibly the last time. And it is really, really impactful to be able to talk to someone at that point. But other people do hospice care, other people work in as genetic counseling assistants and really learn about what it's like to be a genetic counselor, which I really recommend if you're thinking about this. It's a great experience. And then in terms of the breadth of specialties that you get to learn about, most of the field of genetic counseling is focused in prenatal, cancer, and pediatric genetics. And now we're also in the laboratory space, working at the genetic testing labs themselves. That's where the vast majority of our training is done. But when you're doing your training, it's similar to medical school, but shoved all together really fast into 2 years, where you do clinical rotations and you need to go out and really practice and learn from people who are out in the field doing genetic counseling. And in that way, you can really make it whatever you want. I was able to do a rotation in another state and do completely only neurology genetics and neuromuscular genetics for 6 weeks, whereas my other coworkers were like, that is not for me, I'm gonna go do this other thing. So you can really get the experience wherever you want, and you train on the job wherever you go.
Thank you, Mary. Nicole.
Hi everyone, I'm Nicole Hawkins. I'm going to mimic Mallory here and ask how many of you have heard of occupational therapy before? Also more than I would expect, but how many of you know what an OT does? Also more than I would expect, but I think it's a question that I myself didn't have an answer to until I was probably halfway through OT school, just because the profession encompasses so many different practice frameworks and fields and specialty areas, but in general, I would say as an OT, what we really focus on is restoring functional independence to patients, regardless of what their age is, regardless of what their impairment is, and regardless of what that means for a patient, what is important to them as a person outside of the hospital, as a person outside of the clinic. And so it's a really creative profession that I didn't know a lot about. I especially didn't know about when I started at Colgate. Like a lot of other people, I started in the pre-med track. And like a lot of other people, I did quite poorly in many of my intro-level classes, namely organic chemistry, also biology, also chemistry, a lot of classes that kind of made me question whether I had really chosen the right path. And similarly to other people, doing poorly in the classes was more of a kind of a self-assessment, because I think like everybody who comes to Colgate, I would have been a pretty high achiever, and then I kind of had a rude awakening when I came to Colgate my freshman year. So luckily I stuck with the health sciences advisement program and was able to shadow a general practitioner in town in my sophomore year. At this point, I still really thought I was going to pursue a career in pediatrics. I had done a lot of work with kids with developmental disabilities and autism when I was in high school. And it was there when I was in my shadowing experience that I was kind of questioning my career path, figuring out where I wanted to go, and talking about my high school experiences, and also a lot of the groups I was involved with at Colgate. I was involved in And it was from there that I learned about OT, and at the time there was really only one OT in town. She worked at Hamilton Central School, so I eventually switched my major to psychology, which was another gift that I had at Colgate. The psychology and neuroscience departments were an absolute wonder to me to work with. I was really fascinated by a lot of the things I learned in my classes, and they really set me off on my future career paths. But then also my shadowing experience as an OT with the OT at HCS really solidified what my path would be. So when I graduated from Colgate, I went straight to my master's program in OT at Columbia, and I think one thing that I can highly endorse is how well Colgate prepared me for my classes. I know Columbia is an Ivy League, but my classes were nowhere near as challenging as the classes I took at Colgate. And I think to kind of share a sentiment that some of the panelists this morning discussed, I felt like my study habits and my writing skills were so much better prepared than most of my classmates who had come from other good schools. So I had a great experience in my program at Columbia, and then was honored to get a position working at New York Presbyterian right after graduation. I've worked there for the past 6 years. I specialize in mostly in neurology, neurosurgery, and neuro-oncology, and also recently earned a specialty in facial nerve rehabilitation. But I think what Colgate also taught me was the value of research, and unlike Mallory, I was someone who really did like research a lot when I was here. And I had taken a cognitive neuroscience class my senior year with Professor Kelly, and I remember being so fascinated by a couple of papers that we read about non-invasive brain stimulation. And all through OT school, all through the beginning of my career as an OT, I kept thinking, I don't understand why there's not more research on this in neurologic populations, and especially pediatrics. Now that I've pursued it more, there are a lot of good answers to that question. But in 2019, I decided to go back to school for my PhD, also at Columbia. But I really capitalized on my resources here at Colgate, and met with some of my professors. My husband and I drove up here and met with some of my previous professors. They helped me kind of on my path to applications. And so anyway, so I kind of married the OT skills that I learned and still practice with the research skills I learned at Colgate. And now my research focuses on using non-invasive brain stimulation to supplement motor interventions for kids with cerebral palsy. So I think I'll go back to the pluses and minuses of being an OT, but one piece of advice that I would offer to any student is to really think creatively when you're at Colgate. If there is a class you take that really inspires you and it sticks with you, to really keep thinking about that as you go forward. I think Colgate students are more creative thinkers and more critical thinkers than we let ourselves think. And I think that skill set is really advantageous for whatever health science career path you embark on. Now going back to the OT pluses and minuses, I would say my favorite part of my job is the diversity of cases I get to see throughout the day. I work in an acute care setting, so when patients are admitted right after surgery or right after an emergency room admission, and I could start my day working with a patient who has Parkinson's and working on adaptive feeding with the patient, and I can end my day working with a patient who's just had a stroke, and I'm now working on not only adaptive self-care with them, but also on communication and cognition. And so it really leads me to think on my feet. And I think coming from the same perspective, one of the best aspects of my job is being able to work with patients over an extended period of time. We're usually seeing the sickest patients almost every day. They are good candidates for further rehabilitation. And so you really develop a very strong relationship with the patient and their family members and their support system. Going into the minuses of my job, I think it kind of stems from that, is that because we're working with our patients so much and so intensively. We really pour a lot of our hearts and souls into caring for them and giving them everything that we have. And it took me a little while to realize that I had to stop pouring so much of myself into them, because it can be, I would say the most challenging thing is losing a patient. The patients that I work with the most were also often the sickest patients. And when I would find out that the patient had died, it was often after they had already been discharged, and so I didn't really get to have that type of closure with the patient or the family member. During COVID, I was involved in the interdisciplinary proning team, which Emily touched on earlier, but it was truly a team effort, but also a very challenging experience just to lose so many patients. So I would say that's a very kind of unique thing to acute care OT, and you can work in any setting. And I think that overall, the biggest endorsement I have for OT is just the diversity of like thoughts and creative ideas you get to have, and just how enjoyable and rewarding any career in medicine really is.
Thank you, Nicole. That's fantastic. Dr. Yosef.
Morning. My experience was a little bit different, obviously, than those up here, because I'm a little older individual in regards to where I come from. I graduated from the University of Michigan. Go Blue. They got a big game today against Michigan State. They better win. That's all I can say. And after graduation, excuse me, we're getting worse right now. After graduation in 1984, I entered the U.S. Army. I was selected for a one-year general practice residency. I wanted to see the world. You know, I didn't want to settle into a dental practice and then that be the place that I stay the rest of my life. My folks lived in Brazil, and you know, we're kind of traveled around the world a little bit, and I really wanted that. And a lot of people do. I mean, they don't want to have to get stuck in one spot. So, ended up initially I was at Fort Carson, Colorado Springs, now that place to be stationed. Did 3.5 years in Bavaria, Germany, another real rough assignment, and then came back and was selected for a 2-year comprehensive GDR at Fort Knox, Kentucky. And that was a comprehensive dentistry program. It was one that really focused in on all the various specialties. Lasted 2 years, and then I received my board certification from the Federal Services Board and the Academy of General Dentistry of the United States for board certification on those. So that's kind of my background as far as training. The Army, the military, has some fantastic residency programs. In these days where people are leaving school with high amounts of debt, it's not a bad way to go. It's not for everybody. But I've also worked in the shadow program here at Colgate for about 22 years now. I have had, I don't know how many students through my office as shadows. I can remember some of the earliest ones. One guy followed my lead. He went to the University of Kentucky, joined the Army, became Special Forces, airborne. He went all the way. I mean, Rangers, you name it. And was a dentist, okay? He followed my path too. He did a 1-year GDR, ended up doing the 2-year, and I'm not too sure where Eric is right now, but Eric is out somewhere in the United States. I've got another one that's a little bit more recent, Eric Burke, who was a wide receiver for Colgate, actually was All-American, and worked in my office quite a bit. And he and I had a great relationship working together. He had to try a little harder because football didn't leave him with the best GPA. And I happened to know a guy that happened to be sitting on the chairman of the board at University of Detroit. And just so happened to make a phone call to him and told him what a wonderful guy Eric was, how he would not be disappointed with this young man. And Eric did not disappoint at all. And now he's in private practice, owns a solo practice up near Traverse City, Michigan, another gorgeous place. If you look at his site, Stagg Dental, S-T-A-G-G, wonderful spot. So I've had the opportunity of meeting so many different people, helping them get into dental school, seeing them into private practice, That's probably been teaching has been one of the joys that I've had since getting out of the military in '95 and coming here. And I've practiced solo here in Hamilton ever since. Dentistry has changed so much. Since 1984, we were doing amalgam fillings. We were doing rare light-cured fillings, using a UV light. And that was just like, wow, this is really something. Well, that quickly found that a lot of people were getting eye damage from the UV lamps. And we went to using blue lamps. And then, of course, those intensified. Bonding agents. I remember one professor saying, we'll never bond to dentin, which is the inside hard tissue of the tooth. Well, we're in our 8th generation now of bonding agents since 1984. We're bonding to dentin stronger than we could ever bond to enamel. Sorry, Dr. Dennison, otherwise known as Radar to the folks at Michigan, because he had a great resemblance to the MASH character Radar. Nowadays, we have lasers. Lasers have revolutionized my office. I've been a laser user now for 13 years. We have laser scanners that do our imaging for impressions. People don't get alginate impressions jammed into their mouth anymore in my office. I'm glad to say that, and they're happy too. We also do all of our crown and bridge, our implant restoration, everything with the laser. And the incredible accuracy that has brought is just, when I graduated in '84, they said, someday we're going to have lasers. I said, yeah, right, sure. Yeah, we will, and we do. And it's changed dentistry and made a lot of fun. Radiography. I remember dipping films and doing all of this. I haven't dipped a film probably since 2000. Digital radiography has taken over dentistry, as it has most of medicine. And the 3D capabilities that we have with the cone beam computer tomography units that we have, I have one in my office, have revolutionized diagnostics. The ability to look at an x-ray. The other day I had a patient in, and you look at it and you see, ooh, it's a tooth, what's the problem? We've got a periodontal defect. We would send it back for a CBCT. Here's a huge root fracture right through the tooth, totally invisible from the human eye, looking at a standard film. So, these are the things that we can do these days that are really, I think, incredible. It's revolutionized what I can do. It's made it more efficient, and it's been actually more enjoyable for both me and, most importantly, for my patients. Because, that's what medicine is all about, is caring for each patient, one patient at a time, whether you're in their fields or their fields. It's that one-on-one that you have and that connection that I think really makes dentistry, for me, a very, very fun profession. Otherwise, I still wouldn't be doing it, I don't think, How are things changed? Education. When I graduated, there were about 35 dental schools in America. Right now, there's 75 dental schools in America. Canada has increased greatly as far as their number. It used to be McGill in the University of Western Ontario University up in London, and then a few out in the West Coast. They've also increased in their numbers as well. The need for dentistry is there, that's for sure. But, and I say, and this is a but, and it's a concern to me, because I'm right now looking at transitioning myself towards retirement at some point in the not too distant future. And I'm trying to find that young man or woman that could come in and replace me, okay? But the problem is, dental school has gotten so expensive. When I graduated from dental school, and you're gonna laugh me out of the place here, it was $9,500 for my first year of dental school. The most expensive year of dental school is your first, because you have to buy all the equipment, okay? The other ones were like, it was a time of high inflation, but it never went over $10,500 in the 4 years that I was at Michigan. Now that's a state school, but not a cheap state school, and I was in-state because I was from Michigan. So look at your in-state schools first if you're interested in medical or dental, because you're going to get the best bang for your buck. I have folks that come through in the shadows, they apply to Harvard, they have applied to Penn, and I had one not too long ago that he applied to 15 different dental schools. I said, what are you doing? He said, I think I'm having fun. Because his Colgate university training definitely got him to the point where he was accepted, I think, at all 15 schools. Now that's a remarkable thing. He was a great student, great guy. He's from Texas, has one of the best dental schools just down the road from him in San Antonio, University of Texas, San Antonio. I said, it's also one of the least expensive ones, and you're not going to have the debt afterwards when you leave. So just to roll through real quick, cost of dental education, it's more expensive than medical school, okay? And Harvard, $464,971, these are 2022 prices. UPenn, good old Ivy League school again, $507,000 and change. University of Michigan sounds cheap at $377,000. Eastern Carolina is the least expensive with just under $300,000, okay? So if you're looking at student debt as being a barrier, it has become one. There's no doubt about that. You know, I finished school, I had $5,000 in student debt. I took that money because I really didn't need it. I put it into a CD in a bank, earning back then 13%. You think 8.5% is bad. Back then, that was a roaring time in the early 80s. And later on, it kind of went down, obviously, when inflation got under control. But I took that money right out on the day that I owed it, and I paid it. So I was free of any dental student debt. So what are some of the changing faces? What are some of the challenges that we see these days? A lot of new dentists with these debts are getting hit by these organizations that are called DSOs, Dental Service Organizations, or Dental Service Practices. These are large group practices that often cover many states. You may recognize the name Aspen Dental as one, probably the largest of the bunch. Not my favorite one by any means. These DSOs not only are approaching new dentists, they're approaching dentists that are in practice like myself, trying to get us to sell them our practice and then turn around and bring us on board as associates. And what that has happened is it's attractive. It's a solid amount of money. You're able to start paying down your debt. You have health insurance, you have a 401k, you have sick pay, you have vacation time, and that sounds good to a lot of folks, but what's happened is that has depressed the lower end of the earnings range for dentistry. And we've seen a time where only 10 years ago, dentists were actually starting to exceed MD in the median income level. And you don't always hear this stuff talked about, but it's an important aspect because you got to pay off what you did, and it's got to be a good investment for what you do. And so we've seen that come down in large part because there's more and more DSOs growing. A lot of new dentists come right out of school. I looked up one DSO, and they were announcing all their wine and dines that they were having at dental schools, meet and greets, they called them, and to meet all the new 3rd and 4th year dental students. So they're trying to get first dibs to get this group of people coming out of school that want to make money, and they want to get started, they want to get established in dentistry. They may not feel that private practice is quite right for them. So that has created a bit of a conundrum for me. I'm a private practice fee-for-service dentist, and that aspect, if you want to talk later about salaries and that aspect of how that works with all that, it's an important aspect. What are some of the other challenges we have? Government regulations have definitely come down hard on us. As a private practice, I have to give annual HIPAA training that takes typically about 4 hours per employee. They have to do it individually on a computer in my office, and I have to pay them their salary for that. They're not generating anything at that point. I have to do it as well. And it's annual, every year. It's the same course year after year after year. I mean, if you can imagine taking, Gen Bio 4 years straight through Colgate, you probably get really good at it. You probably copy down the answers so you knew all the test answers by the end of it. But that's the kind of repetitiveness that the government hits us with often. Sexual harassment training is an important one, but it's become annualized, and it's, again, the same thing over and over. Inflation definitely has affected us, as far as dental supplies, medical insurance premiums. went up 15% this year, coming up. Cost of your legal, your IT, your accountant, those types of things come into play when you're a private practitioner. So, yeah, the cost has increased, but is it worth it? And I would say a resounding yes. My opportunity to treat patients one-on-one and to really help them in their overall health care has been really a wonderful thing. And be able to sometimes even diagnose disease that's outside of the mouth. Recently I had oral cancer of the throat that I basically told the doctor, you need to get this patient to the ENT pronto because it had been dragged out for 6 months with a sore throat. That's something that, to me, threw up red flags, and immediately they went, and the patient came back and thanked me. Unfortunately, he had, pharyngeal cancer, but it was one of those things that you didn't pick up looking at it, but it definitely called for it. So there have been multiple times where I picked up cancers, lymphomas, things like that. So you can have a big effect on people's health.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Yosei. Julie?
Hi, Julie Dunkel, Ithaca College, class of 1987, go Bombers. I won't spend a lot of time talking about my whole pathway because it's very different now than it was when I was in school. Graduated with my bachelor's. We were lucky enough at that time you have to be affiliated with a medical school, so we were sent down to New York City, Albert Einstein, to do all of our anatomy. Great opportunity for great clinical experiences at Hospital for Special Surgery, Mount Vernon, all the great hospitals down there. But now for you guys, if you're interested in physical therapy, or even if you're a physician so you understand what your physical therapy skill set is that you're working with, you would have your bachelor's here from Colgate, and then you would transition into a graduate school of your choice. And you pre-med track, you'll be right on track. When I was in school, we were taking classes, the pre-med, all the prerequisites for the pre-med kids. When you get to the upper level part, that's where it starts to get different, and you get your education on, so for example, you would have already had your anatomy and physiology, but your gross anatomy and physiology is all about movement, musculoskeletal, every attachment, every muscle, every insertion, origin, what it does, the nerve goes through it, the brain, and all that. So along with all your other specific skills, manual therapies, mobilizations, what would be specific to you as a physical therapist. I just want to read the definition of it because it was nice to remind myself of what I went into it for. So it's treatment provided by a physical therapist or physical therapy assistant that helps people improve their movement and physical function, manage pain and other chronic conditions, and recover from and prevent injury and chronic disease. The great thing about physical therapy, I love acute care, I've stuck with it, but you can do anything with it, pediatric, school-based, industrial. When I was in Corning, we would work hard with Corning Incorporated and have all kinds of how their workstations were set up. Cardio rehab, pulmonary rehab, women's health, bladder dysfunction, lymphedema, wound care, geriatrics, home care. There's just so many different areas that you could love. As Nicole was saying, and even Dr. Yosei, it's the one-on-one with the patient, and one of the reasons I chose physical therapy was, personally, my brother had been in a car accident. He fractured T10, was a paraplegic, and when I would go visit him at the hospital out in Rochester, everybody there was awesome, but it was the therapist that got him from flat on his back in a body shell to totally functioning independently in his apartment, finishing school at RIT, onto great life, great career, IBM family and all that, and I thought, that's for me, being able to work one-on-one with the patients. To echo some of the challenges with it, is my OT, we're like sister professions, so people are like, what's the difference between, that's a bigger discussion, but very similar, but the challenges are you are by nature working with people who are in pain, who have disability, who can be frustrated, who can be angry. Sometimes there is no improvement, and a lot of times you are on the receiving end of some of their frustration and anger. So you have to have compassion and empathy. I think you all do, going into medical careers, whichever path you choose, but you also have to have a little bit of a tough skin so that it does not drag you down. But knowing that you've gone into this is a very noble cause, and I guess my advice would be, even on your worst days, your most hectic days, I've never left work where I haven't felt like I really helped improve somebody's life. You know, I've made their health better, made their function better, and that was an awesome way to spend the day. And if you carry that with you, you know, you will be satisfied with your work and maintain that balanced mental health for yourself throughout.
Thank you, Julie.
Last but not least, Heather.
She's not, she's my boss. Tough act to follow, all of you, thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm Heather Bernard. I am the Vice President of Nursing and Clinical Services at Community Memorial Hospital. I'm a nurse first and foremost. That was my initial training way back in 1995. So I actually graduated with my associate's degree in nursing. And nursing is very similar to the rest of the panelists. There's just this vast, very variable areas that you can go to. And I have a bit of an alternative path that I took along the way, so I'd really like to share that with you. So I graduated in 1995 with my associate's degree. I worked on a medical surgical floor. I relocated to Hamilton because my very first nursing job was at Community Memorial Hospital. So I have lived here for 26 years, and I walked into the med-surg unit way back then, and with the small hospital, I was able to gain experience in a lot of different areas and really get a lot of exposure to not just the med-surg nursing units, but also at the time, the birthing center, the emergency room, the critical care unit, and the operating room. So I was able to really get an idea of different areas within that small hospital, because in larger facilities you may not have that opportunity. In 2001, I graduated with my bachelor's of science degree in nursing from SUNY IT in Utica, and from 1999 through 2003, my nursing focus became critical care nursing, and I really honed my nursing skills and caring for the sickest of the sickest. Around 2003, I was offered a position as the infection control coordinator at Community Memorial Hospital, and then also later becoming the emergency preparedness coordinator, where I was responsible for ensuring that we had processes in place to prevent infections of hospitalized patients, as well as ensuring that the hospital was prepared for any type of emergency event that occurred. So that kind of set the path for me during my tenure in infection prevention and emergency preparedness. I prepared hospital staff during several different outbreaks, including in 2003, the SARS outbreak that initiated in Canada, which was a severe acute respiratory syndrome, also a novel coronavirus similar to COVID. And in 2009, I helped the facilities manage the influenza outbreak, the H1N1 influenza outbreak, later in 2014, the Ebola outbreak, and then fast forward to 2020, the COVID outbreak. In 2008, I left Community Memorial and I went to a larger healthcare facility and worked at Mohawk Valley Health Systems in Utica, where I was the director of infection prevention, and I was responsible for infection prevention for two acute care facilities, Faxon St. Luke's and St. Elizabeth's Medical Center, and also the long-term care facility
that was part of Faxon St. Luke's at the time. I worked there until August of 2020, and I really networked with a lot of folks. I gained a lot of leadership experience, and really learned how to manage different departments. And in 2016, I graduated my doctorate degree in nursing practice in infection prevention and environmental safety from Loyola University. In 2020, August, I left Mohawk Valley Health System as I had an opportunity to go work for the CDC Foundation, which is an arm of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention that is there to assist states in times of emergency. So there I went to work with, I was assigned to the New York State Department of Health, and I helped nursing homes and hospitals through COVID outbreaks in New York City and Central New York. And so a lot of this talk that we've had today is certainly resonance in my experience. In February of 2022, I became the Vice President of Nursing and Clinical Services. I like to say I've come full circle and I'm back home. And here I'm responsible for balancing really the 5 pillars of excellence: our financials, our quality, our people, our service, and also growing. So I am ensuring the proper management of the hospital to provide the highest quality of care. I currently oversee operations not only in nursing but several different ancillary departments, including environmental services, the pharmacy department, our laboratory, and our rehabilitation department. And you know, what I love so much about my job is that I get to care for my community, and I have influence over making a difference for the people in my hometown. So really really brings me so much passion to be able to bring that to my actual hometown for the first time. And the challenges that we have that are just going to echo every other person's here, and some of the other presentations we had both last night and today, is adequate staffing and being able to manage and balance the finances with our advent of inflation and still maintaining that high quality care that we find so important to us. So I spend a lot of time managing turnover and recruitment and retention. And so therefore we have several opportunities at the hospital, and also, you know, a lot of different areas where I really want to impress upon you. You know, it just doesn't need to be nursing. There's so many areas. We have licensed and non-licensed positions. We have clinical and non-clinical positions. When you look at a hospital, you tend to think clinical types of things, but that's really not all that's there. We have many strong departments that are helping in the background help the hospital run. So, you know, for me, I'd just like to leave you with just a little piece of advice for that kind of resonates hard for me, is that never stop networking. You know, those networking opportunities that you have really open the doors for you to do different things. And always keep good relations with former employers. You never know when you might go back. Take the risk. If you got a risk, take the risks, and investigate different alternative career paths. I mean, when I went into nursing, the last thing I would ever have expected was that I would spend the majority of my career in infection prevention. I didn't even know that was an opportunity for me. And really getting involved in professional organizations that surround your interests, because that's another way for you to network and become aware of what's out there. And then finally, I would just say take ownership of your own professional development. It's not something that's done to you. It's something that you do for you. And so don't expect somebody else to do that for you. You know, identifying your areas of weakness and seeking opportunities for growth and getting experiences in those weaknesses. So you don't fear them, you don't shy away from them, but you actually can make them become a strength. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Heather, Julie, Scott, Nicole, Mallory, thank you all so much for providing great insights into an array of opportunities to support the health and wellness of patients, and insights into how individually you make a difference in the lives of others. So we very much appreciate it. Round of applause, please. So with this, Julie, I'm sure, do you have a couple of announcements? Yep.
Lunch is on the second floor. Everybody's welcome. The speakers, a lot of speakers are going to stick around, and so you can have one-on-one conversations. And then we will resume at 1:30 on time.
Right.
But, welcome Dr. Goodall to talk about her experiences and missions.
How to get into med school.
How to get into med school.
Thank you, folks.